Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are for the 7 Districts presents the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League 2025, and it is semi-final number 2 coming your way, and it is gonna be the GHK properties taking on the Z Games in this all-important, crucial encounter that would perhaps show us who the finalists will be to join the 7 districts on the 2nd of July. Well, without wasting further time, let's go straight out to the center where we've got Ahmed Khawaja with the two captains for the all-important toss.
Toss time for semi-final 2 of the 49th Bukhatir League 2025 50-over tournament powered by 7 districts. I have the main characters alongside me here in the middle. Leading GHK properties, we have Mr. Humaj Gondal. Leading Z Game strikers, we have Shahrukh Amin. And of course our esteemed match referee, Mr. Tehseen Javed. It's going to be GHK to flip the coin. Heads is the call from Z Games. It has come down as heads. Shahrukh Amin, congrats. Won the toss. What have you decided?
I'd like to have a bat first.
Batting first on this track, what do you think is a decent target to set for the opposition?
I mean, as the tournament has gone by, it looks like a flat track. It has been a flat track throughout the whole tournament. Maybe staying a touch low, but we're going to be looking to post anything above 300. They have a very good batting attack, but our bowling is our strength, so we back ourselves to defend any total.
Of course, overall in the season, you've had a lot of success here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. What has been the key to that?
I mean, I think it's how the teams gelled together. I think our unity. We have had a couple of changes in and out, but our core, our team unity, our team strength has been that our core has not changed, and we've remained with the same core of players, and we've backed them throughout, and I think that's been good.
Any changes to the side?
Yeah, I mean, I'm back from the last game. I had a rest. Ahan's out for me, and Ayan Afzal Khan has gone off to Canada for a series, and the Danish Qureshi is in.
Best of luck for the game.
Thank you so much.
Humaj sir, unfortunately toss हार गए. अगर आप लोग toss जीतते तो क्या करते?
Yeah, same decision. I love to bowl first on that track because we have a very good experience. Previously matches which is around more than 300 because we have very good batting side. We have even I tell you, Umair Ali Khan is number 11.
So sir, what do you think is a decent score to restrict them to?
Yeah, because they are very good side and well-reputed batting side they have. So restrict them between 280 to 300.
And overall, the experience of the 49th Bukhatir League, how has it been for you?
Yeah, it's great. Instead of weather, everything is great and we enjoy it. And hopefully, this is our first Bukhatir League. And hopefully we enjoy a lot. And inshallah, in future, we will participate in all the tournaments.
Changes to the team?
Yeah, 2 changes. Shabaz Ali was not playing last match and Umair. Both are in place of Hafiz and Asif.
Outstanding team. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right then, news from the centre. Z Game strikers have won the toss and they've elected to bat first.
Well, there you go, Ahmed Khawaja looking sharp as always in these all-important semi-finals. And the story from the centre is that the Z Games have won the toss and have elected to bat first. And this is the playing 11 of both teams. Z Game strikers led by their captain Shahrukh Amin right at the top, along with Ronak Panoli, Lovepreet Singh, Danish Qureshi, Aryan Saxena, Shahid Bhatta, Taimur Ali, the fast bowler, along with Zaid Ali, Alishan Sharafu. Oh, that's a very, very big name. Yash Sabnani and Mohammad Azhar for the GHK properties. Right at the top, you've got Yasir Khalil, the captain, along with Mayank Chowdhury, Mohit Kalyan, the prolific run getter, Harshit Kaushik, Irfan Mohammed, Shabaz Ali, Wasim Akram, the left-arm fast bowler, along with Keshav Sharma, Sagar Kalyan, Rohan Mustafa, the former UAE captain, followed by Umair Ali, makes the playing 11. So, some very, very big names on paper. Both look equally well poised and certainly promises to be a mouth-watering contest today. Well, it's hot conditions out there. It's sweltering. Temperatures ranging around the 40 degrees plus. It can be quite tough for the players out there. As we walk in towards the latter part of the evening, temperatures will begin to ease out and seem a bit more comfortable. But till then, it's going to be quite tough. Well, to speak further, I've just been joined here in the combox by Mr. Rizwanur Rahman. Rizwan, welcome to the combox, my friend. Excited for the contest?
Atiq Nizam, thank you ever so much. It's always a pleasure to share the combox with you. Or absolutely, semi-final number 2 of the 7 districts presents 49th Bukhatir League 2025 edition. And as you've just read out those names, and I can tell you what, GHK Properties has done their homework. They've got a solid team in the semi-final, and they're looking absolutely magnificent today. And up against Z Game Strikers, who have been in dominant form of late in the UAE domestic season. Tough conditions, but I was there out at the centre alongside Ahmed Khwaja, and I can tell you what, the temperature is slightly better to what it was yesterday. There's a bit of breeze across the ground, which might help the players a little bit as opposed to what the conditions were yesterday. And it will be a good contest, a cracker of a contest, expected to be one. And to start the batting proceedings, we have a change in the opening pair. Ronak Panoli, in the entire tournament, he was batting in the middle order, and they've made their changes in the grand semi-final. He will be opening the innings alongside Alishan Sharafu. Good to see Shehbaz Ali also in the team. Wasim Akram. They have power-packed side. Humaj Gondal leading the team for GHK Properties. Yasir Kaleem quite strong, especially towards the square of the wicket on the offside. Expected to be a cracker of a contest. To answer your question, certainly I'm extremely excited. And 7 districts have cemented their position in the grand finale, which is scheduled to be played on the 2nd of July. And it will be these 2 teams who will battle it out to meet them in the grand finale.
Well, interesting choice there by Shahrukh. I mean, isn't it, deciding to bat first after winning the toss? Well, we did witness yesterday the 7 districts winning the toss, bowling first, and bowled extremely well apart from that first hour when they did go for a lot of runs. And since then, the bowler, especially that young leg spinner Ibrahim Masood, came and sprung a web against the CSS group, and then very well chased down thanks to a magnificent batting performance there by Aftab Javid, who got his 4th 100 in 5 games, and also then Haider Wasisha putting in the finishing touches there, taking their team through. Now this is gonna be an absolute mouth-watering contest. Alishan Sharafu along with Ronak Panoli. Alishan, well, if you're somebody who's followed UAE cricket, you will know that he's an absolute superstar in these parts of the world. Represent the UAE, and he also has been amongst the runs recently. Well, here we go. First ball of semi-final number 2, and a beautiful delivery there by Wasim Akram. A bit of shape away from the right-hander, slightly reaching out to that Ronak Alishan Sharafu, but always a good feeling to get off the mark straight away.
First runs on board for the Z Game Strikers. Looking at the field, typical field for a right-hand batter, long leg and deep third outside the 30-yard circle. Has got slip and a fly slip in place, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, inside the 30-yard circle. So idea will be to look out for that 4th stump channel, and Wasim Akram has been quite impressive in this tournament so far. Good delivery. Will be interesting to see how Ronak Panoli will pan out today, as he's one such batter who likes to go aggressive right from ball 1. Given the format of the game, he might hunker down a little bit, just keep him company alongside Alishan Sharafu, who, as you rightly mentioned, is a class act, has represented the UAE at the international level, was also a part of the recently concluded UAE-Bangladesh series, scored a magnificent 62 odd runs in the final, wavered down the leg side. That will be a wide. I don't understand this. Wasim Akram in the first over, missing his line and length completely.
Well, that was an absolute shocker, wasn't it? Wasim Akram completely losing the plot. The wicket keeper had absolutely no chance whatsoever. So an easy 5 runs been gifted to the opposition. Especially the fact of the matter, in this 50 over format, we always speak about how crucial it is to set that tempo right up front. Make sure that you, as a bowler, keep things tight, not give easy runs, half volleys, short balls, or even extras for that matter. Well, not the right line as far as I'm concerned, because Wasim Akram, we've always seen over the last year or two that he can be absolutely deadly when he pitches that ball right up towards that off stump and then brings it into the right hander. That's when he can be quite deadly.
I fully agree with you on that. But what I don't understand at times, Atiq Nizam, as a professional cricketer, you play so much of domestic cricket, you bowl so many overs in various matches, you might tend to miss out the tram line probably by an inch or two, or maximum by few millimeters. But on that previous occasion, that wayward delivery that was way down the leg side, which completely, I was perplexed with that. And another wide delivery from Wasim Akram. This is not a good start. Being the frontline bowler in a semi-final, you've got to play out of your skin. GHK Properties on paper are a much stronger side as opposed to the Z Game strikers.
Well, someone had to remind Wasim Akram the strip in which they're playing at. Maybe he was thinking the other one was the strip, because that is literally where he bowled that one at. But there you see Alishan Sharafu making his intentions very clear. He wants to take the attack onto the bowler, and he will be quite wary of the fact of the threat that Wasim Akram poses. I'll tell you, both are very, very capable cricketers. Alishan Sharafu being capped by UAE, and Wasim Akram having played a lot of franchise cricket, including the ILT20 leagues and the Abu Dhabi T10 as well. He's had the luxury of getting coached and trained under his idol, the senior Mr. Wasim Akram. And he's also had that bragging rights, isn't it? He's a big fan of Mr. Senior Wasim Akram and following his footsteps. Similar kind of action, similar line, similar lens. Of course, maybe a couple of yards quicker than the Wasim Akram that we know towards the latter part of his career. Obviously, during his early days, he was quick and he was potent. Oh, look at that for a delivery. That is what we were talking about. This man is a special talent. He can move the ball both ways. This one went away from the right hander. What a delivery to end the over. Magnificent stuff. But nevertheless, the Z Games will be happy with this start. 9 for no loss. 10 for no loss after the first over.
First over gone, 10 for none, and Irfan will be in action. Another tall, fast bowler. He's got a slip in place. Good to see Rohan Mustafa leading the pack. He's got all that experience, making some changes in the field. Slip in place. The skipper Homage using the pace on offer, but not much of damage. He'll travel to the deep third region for a single. Well, the idea remains simple, Atik. Winning the toss, opting to bat first in a semi-final. Could be because of it's a knockout game and they have a strong batting lineup. Probably would want to cash on that opportunity. Shahrukh decides to bat first, and much better conditions as opposed to yesterday, as we spoke. And we've seen 7 districts. As you mentioned, Aftab was absolutely magnificent.
Yes, this is going to be a very crucial as Alishan Sharafu absolutely launches on Irfan. That's the first one for the day and the first 6 of the second semi-final. Magnificent shot there by Alishan Sharafu. Look at the free flow of the bat coming down the track and getting all of it.
As easy as you like, quite prolific in his scoring ability. It's quite strong, especially towards the onside. Alishan Sharafu. Another one walks down the wicket and gets a boundary. Fireworks early on for the Z Game strikers. GHK properties under pressure.
Look at that for some class. Alishan Sharafu advancing down the pitch. And that one was at the middle of the bat. The fielder there, well, I'll tell you, I'm sure he did not even have time to exhale before the ball just whizzed past his ears. Now this is turning out to be a very good start now here for the Z Game strikers. 21 for no loss in 1.3 overs. Irfan under pressure. Better delivery this time, just around that 4th stump channel, not giving too much room to free his arms there. And this is where he's got to keep persisting on. Well, the plans will be quite clear. The GHK properties will be quite wary of the fact, and especially who else than that man on your screen, Rohan Mustafa, who will know a thing or two about what Alishan Sharafu can, the amount of damages that he can inflict. They'll want to get his wicket early on. Rohan Mustafa helping the captain to marshalling the troops. He's a experienced campaigner, maybe just perhaps pointing out to the fielder at point, maybe he could have been a couple of yards to his left. Comes down the track and smashes it through that mid-off region. Alishan Sharafu has set the stage on fire early on in this second semi-final.
A beautiful toss to win, and Alishan Sharafu is certainly making a statement out in the middle. Yet another good-looking shot coming from his blade, and clearly you can see that disappointment from Rohan Mustafa. Rohan Mustafa is another brilliant champion player who likes to fight. Is not happy with the field setup. Just giving some feedback, and look at that from Alishan Sharafu. Another one towards the deep point region, but this time for a maximum.
Well, this is what happens when inexperience meets class. Alishan Sharafu, well, that's bread and butter. You give that to him all day long and he'll keep feasting you. An expensive over here by Irfan comes to an end. 21 comes off his first over. 31 for no loss after 2.
What a start for Z Game strikers. 2 overs 31, striking at 15.50 runs an over. Wasim Akram as well under pressure. This is a great start. Well, what Ronak Panoli will have to do, Atiq, I reckon, should play the second fiddle. But knowing him, his muscular instinct will certainly take over. But look at the outing from Alishan Sharafu. Scored 22 of just 8 deliveries. Every single shot that he scored is a treat to watch. Brilliant from Alishan Sharafu.
Yeah, he seems to be on a different level, isn't he, Alishan? When he gets going, he's an absolute pleasure to watch. And you're absolutely right, Ronak Panoli usually is a very, very aggressive player. But on that occasion, he was tested with a bouncer. And he falls for the trap as an easy catch at deep square leg. Ronak Panoli. Well, that was a loose shot to begin with. And that's caused his demise. Big wicket.
There was a quicker bumper, as you rightly mentioned. Trap was set. Fielder was in place, and Irfan does not make any mistake. It hurried on to Ronak Panoli. I didn't have enough time to sort of maneuver the delivery, and in the end, he departs. The first casualty for Z Game strikers. Ronak departs of just scoring 1 of 6. Z Game strikers lose their first. 31 for 1. Departure of Ronak Panoli, in comes another experienced campaigner, although still young, probably in his early 20s, Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. He will have to keep company alongside Alishan Sharafu. It takes his time initially, and he certainly has a lot of time by his side. Wavered down the leg side. That will be a wide. He thought it has brushed his thigh pad. Look at that wicket. He didn't try to hit it really hard. He was just trying to place it towards the fine leg region, and in the end, a very good catch taken by Mohammad Irfan. Some discussion there between Rohan Mustafa and the umpire.
Lovepreet Singh. He'll need to dig deep. Very technically correct batter. Off the mark straight away. But I love the intent there by Wasim Akram. How he managed to bounce Ronak Panoli and catch him by surprise. And the trap was laid perfectly with that fielder position right there in the deep behind backward square leg. And Ronak Panoli just couldn't help himself but to take the bait. Well, Alishan Sharafu, is he gonna change his game plan here? Well, does not look like it. He's gonna go his merry way. The wickets falling is not gonna stop him from going after the bowlers. Just a single on that occasion, but now this over is a good comeback here by Wasim Akram. Z Games now 34 for 1. Has that got an edge? Well, I thought for a second there was an edge. One for 11, Wasim Akram so far. He's got one more delivery remaining in his second over. Lovepreet Singh on strike. Good delivery. He's managed to find the gap and the ball will win the race. So a very good over from Wasim Akram, unfortunately being spoiled there by that boundary of the last ball. 6-7 runs coming off this over. 3 done, it's 38 for 1. .38 for 1. And Irfan will continue. Alishan Sharafu on strike. Well, I think he's already pre-made up his mind that he's gonna advance down the pitch for every ball. Just got to be a little bit careful because the Sharjah Stadium has a history of the ball moving around, especially with the new ball. He is an experienced campaigner. He's played a lot of cricket here. Alishan, what a champ he's been for UAE cricket. Was adjudged the man of the match in that last T20 game against Bangladesh, which the UAE emerged victorious and winning the series in the process. Was a huge moment for UAE cricket, overcoming a test playing nation such as a team like Bangladesh, and Alishan Sharafu was there at the forefront to take the team through and giving UAE cricket their first victory for a T20 series, and I'm sure that would always be a proud feather in his cap for Alishan Sharafu. Better delivery this time. I like this from Irfan. He's making sure that the batter is not given any room to free his arms. He's bowling it around his mid ribs, not giving him too much room to freeze.
Well, the skipper trusting his abilities. He was taken for 21 runs in the previous over, and supporting him and giving that opportunity yet again, and has done exceptionally well. 2 dot deliveries and just a single. Well, that's exactly what you need from the skipper. You don't get bogged down if you have scored for runs. He's come back well. Mohammad Irfan, some changes in the field there. They're taking that slip off, is it? Or probably a little bit wider now. Half tracker. Straight to the fielder. Well, this is a very good approach from Alishan Sharafu. We know him as a dominant T20 player, and especially with the new ball, 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, you've got to take that gamble. But I reckon he's played extremely good shot, proper cricketing textbook shots, I must say.
Yeah, he's a very, very clean striker of the cricket ball. Even when he's advancing down the pitch to a fast bowler, his head is quite still, and that is something that every coach We'll always explain to a budding cricketer that no matter if you try to advance down the pitch, it's very crucial to have a stable head position and make sure that your head does not wiggle while at the point of contact in order to generate maximum power. Nicely played. Oh, that was very clever. Lovepreet Singh, a fuller delivery. It was right towards that crease line, and he just made sure he got enough bat and guided it between the wicket keeper and the first slip. Very smart to be the least. 4 overs done and dusted. Z Games 43 for 1.
Well, this is an ideal start for Z Game strikers after winning the toss. 43 for 1 after 4 overs. Alishan Sharafu looking rock solid out at the centre. 24 of 12 for him, striking at about 200. And nicely maneuvers it towards the onside. They look for 2 and they get it quite comfortably. You remember the previous over, Atiq? The fielder was slightly moved towards his right side. Had he been in his position, that could have been a wicket for Mohammad Irfan. Unlucky for the GHK properties. And Lovepreet Singh Bajwa gets a boundary. We have not seen a dew factor in this tournament, especially during the peak summers. So it'll be even Stevens. Under the light, the ball will certainly come on much better as opposed to the daytime, Atiq.
Oh, that was a good shot. Very unfortunate not finding the gap there. Very well fielded there by the field at point. Well, yes, absolutely, Rizwan. You were spot on there. Yesterday, we did feel from the very beginning that the CSS did not get enough runs on the board. Just 272 was what they managed to get, which they did extremely well to get there, thanks to a couple of blinders from the CSS camp. But we've always said more often than not 300 plus is very crucial under these circumstances. Wasim Akram still troubling the batters with his movements around.
Well, it was a close contest yesterday. There were few mistakes that 7 districts did commit during their bowling. They could have restricted them a bit earlier on. Those bowling changes were not made as per what they wanted, especially getting in those spin options earlier on, holding on to Mohammad Umar and Haider Razak towards the end by CSS group as well. Was there an outside edge? They're celebrating. Umpire is not interested. Well, it's all happening here. Let's have a look at that. Oh, Wasim Akram was celebrating it already. Umpire absolutely not interested.
Well, when you look at that replay there, Wasim, all 3 of the fielders who are on the screen in the frame just began to go up instantaneously at the very same time. Now, did they hear something? Obviously, it's not quite audible to us here, but the umpire, he was quite positive that there was nothing of that sort during that moment in time. So Alishan Sharafu, he lives to fight another day. This is again another very good over from Wasim. Beautiful delivery. Very nearly chopping onto the stumps there, Alishan. this is the line and length that you've got to keep persisting on with Alishan. This Wasim's recognized that you give him a bit too much room or bowl fuller, he's gonna hit you out of the park.
But this is exactly what we know of Wasim Akram. Bowling in those channels, quite impressive. But he's found his rhythm now. He's troubled Alishan Sharafu in this over. 4 dot deliveries on the trot. Walks down the wicket. Gets the top edge. Play towards the deep point region for a boundary. In the end, Alishan Sharafu manages to pick up a boundary off the final delivery.
Well, once again, the length was a bit too short for my liking. Wasim Akram once again, the last ball after bowling 5 good deliveries, slightly goes wayward. 5 overs done. Z Game Strikers 49 for 1.
Five was gone, 49 for 1, and I was mentioning about the tactics played by 7 districts yesterday. Ibrahim Masood brilliantly bowled alongside Nabil Aziz as well. But in the end, CSS group, they dropped a catch of Haider Wasisha, which could have created some sort of turbulence towards the end.
Well, yes, of course. They just need to make sure now the Z Game Strikers carry on with a good partnership. Lovepreet and Alishan Sharafu.
Oh, absolutely. And I think I know you as a player back home in Sri Lanka as well. During your college days and club cricket, you loved the longest format of the game. And that is one format where you need that patience, focus, and perseverance. Down the leg side, but straight to the fielder. They've started off well, but GHK Properties have managed to come back in this game, especially after getting the wicket of Ronak Panoli, another destructive batter back in the hatch. Irfan has been impressive, but this is what I talk about always. You, as a skipper, you got to back your bowlers. He was taken for 21 runs in the first over, but he's looked brilliant ever since that. Stylish, elegant is Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. Quite known name in the UAE domestic circuit, especially for the longer format of the game. Technically strong and quite strong towards the offside region is Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. Has represented UAE at the highest level. Good delivery, right channel and right on the money. For the viewers who have just joined us, it's the second semi-final of the 7 districts presence, 49th Bukhatir League, one of the elite leagues in the UAE domestic circuit. GHK Properties up against some quality Z Game Strikers. Winning the toss, opting to bat first, was the skipper of Z Game Strikers, Shahrukh Amin. So far, they've done well. And they would be eyeing at least close to the 300 and 320 odd run mark, I think, given the kind of batting depth GHK Properties possesses. We'll talk more about it. A full toss on offer, a juicy full toss, and nicely played towards the cow corner for a boundary. Easy pickings for Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. He just had to find the vacant area. You can't afford to bowl a juicy full toss in a power play, and Lovepreet Singh Bajwa gets the better of him. 6 gone, 53 for 1.
53 for 1. Going at a very good run rate here, close to 9 runs and over. The Z Game strikers, they'll be thrilled with this start that the top order batters, especially Alishan Sharafu, has provided there for their team. Wasim Akram continues once again, beats that outside edge. Well, this is a mouth-watering contest to say the least. A high-quality fast bowler along with Alishan Sharafu. Well, just coming back to Rizwan, the point that you mentioned in the last over with regards to this format, and obviously us being ardent cricket fans and having also played cricket at the club level, we've absolutely relinquished, we've absolutely relished the opportunity to play this game at this format. And Alishan Sharafu gets another boundary over the bowler's head. Beautiful hit, straight as an arrow, down the ground, one bounce into the boundary ropes. Beautifully played there by Alishan Sharafu. Well, he's not gonna let anything quiet him at this stage. He's gonna go hard at it. We're looking short straight to the fielder. Well, just adding on to what we were discussing, obviously the 50 over format teaches us a lot of things that the shorter formats do not show us. It teaches you a lot of grit, determination, a lot of effort required, and also a lot of strategy will go into place in order to play a good long innings. And that was another wide down the leg side. Wasim Akram has not been his usual best today. A few of the deliveries that he's bowled does show us some of his moments of brilliance, and then some were absolutely ordinary. Slightly expensive now, Wasim. 1 for 27 of 3.3 overs. Going at about close to 9 runs and over. That's a good delivery. Very good delivery. A polite inquiry there by the umpire. Remains unfazed. Lovepreet Singh, the perfect man to play the second fiddle. A technically correct batter, prefers to dig deep. And he's a perfect foil for someone with the likes of someone Alishan Sharafu, who's an absolute bludgeoner of the cricket ball. Oh, that stayed low. A bit of change of pace there by Wasim. He was through the shot quite early, Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. Not too much meat there above the trousers there for Lovepreet Singh. Sure, that's gonna sting a little bit. .59 for 1. Last ball of the 7th. Oh, he's got to re-bowl that again. Wasim Akram. This has been the story so far today for him. Well, maybe the heat can be one of the reasons that Wasim Akram seems to not be himself. Just spraying down those wides. Oh, better delivery. Perfect line, perfect length. A solid forward defense by Lovepreet Singh. Good all-round cricket all around. 7 overs done, 60 for 1.
First change in the bowling then. Umair Ali Khan, very seasoned, experienced all-rounder. It's been a flying start for Z Games, thanks to the brilliance of Alishan Sharafu. Looking very dangerous indeed. Inconsistency, that has been the problem for GHK with the ball. Wasim Akram on occasions has bowled a few jaffers, but sprayed the ball around as well. So Umair will certainly provide that control, that steadiness you need in the 50 over format. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa looking solid as always. Very technically sound, likes to bat for time. Partnership is building nicely, up to 29 runs. So it will be a different sort of challenge for Alishan now against Umair Ali.
Oh, absolutely. 7 overs, 60 runs already on board. He doesn't need to do anything silly at the moment. But the men in green will have to find a way out, Ahmed, to get him out. Failing which, he can take the game away from you. Especially in a semi-final, it's not always easy to chase things down. Brilliantly bowled and equally well played by Alishan Sharafu. Straight to the fielder. Umair Ali Khan has that ability and knack to bring in those variations to the table. But knowing Alishan Sharafu, the batter of his caliber, he knows how to play around. So far so good for Alishan Sharafu. 34 of 23 for him.
Yeah, I'm just thinking what mode of dismissal GHK could try to create for Alishan. Well, when he can bat like that, there's nothing anybody can do. Stand and deliver from the crease. Pure brilliance.
Class act from Alishan Sharafu. It was in his slot. And he's smoked it towards the extra cover region. Well, he's looking extremely dangerous. And the skipper of GHK Properties, Homage, as well as Rohan Mustafa, the senior statesman, will have to wear their thinking cap on and find a way to break this partnership. Umair Ali Khan under the pump.
He's such a complete player, Alishan. Doesn't have a significant weakness. They push the mid-off back. Looking absolutely rock solid. And to be fair, looks an absolute belter of a wicket this afternoon at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Ball is coming on to the bat very nicely. He's playing on the rise through the line with a very carefree attitude, expressing himself. And he's a difficult difficult player to tie down, because he can smash the ball like that towards mid wicket and no chance for the fielder.
Fractionally short, and he's pounced on it. Easy pickings for Alishan Sharafu, using the pace on offer. And I always say he's a batter who's a master of finding those gaps. Yet again, finding that mid-wicket region. And the good thing about the scoring areas, if you look at his run map, Ahmed, he's got those runs to all corners of the park. A slow one. Alishan will pick up a single and will retain strike. 8 overs gone. Z Games are in good position. 69 for 1. .69 for 1 after 8. And the good thing about Alishan Sharafu is, Ahmed, he doesn't get bogged down with the number of dot deliveries that he's faced. He's got that ability to cover that deficit with comfort and ease. And yet again, the first 2 deliveries were dot balls, but he's managed to pick up 9 runs in the over, 9 runs in the power play, in the longer format. Is quite appreciated by the skipper or any team management. Shahbaz Ali will start from the Bukhatir end, and he was trying to be aggressive right from ball 1. Another brilliant prospect. Shahbaz Ali plays a lot of cricket in the UAE. Apart from the leather ball cricket, he's quite known and is a big star also in the tape ball cricket.
Yeah, veteran all-rounder, Shahbaz. Superb cricketer. Very handy right arm seamer. Hits the deck. Gets that extra kick off the surface. Capable with the bat. And he's perhaps one player, or one bowler rather, who can create some issues. Especially when you're looking to press on the front foot. He gets that ball kicking off the surface. Bowls that hard length very well. But on such a placid wicket, it's going to be tough going, especially in these conditions.
Oh, absolutely. And you need to watch out from him, especially when he's in full throttle, when he's able to crank up the pace, Shahbaz Ali. Starts off slow, but I like his run up and the jump with which he generates that extra bit of pace off the surface. And we've seen the game yesterday as well. If you hit the right areas, I fully agree with the matter of the fact that it's a belter of a track. The ball comes on nicely onto the bat. But there's certain areas, if you hit the good length areas, there's always some purchase for the seamers as well.
It will be interesting to see how long GHK persist with this fast bowlers, because Alishan is playing them very comfortably, as is Lavi. Maybe spin can do the trick. Leaving it well alone. Good disciplines from Lovepreet. That's what I like about him, especially in the longer white ball format. He's patient. He's never in a hurry. He likes to take his time, likes to build his innings. And when you have Alishan alongside you in this kind of form, you can take all the time in the world to build up your innings.
Yeah, he's got to play that sheet anchor role exactly to what Haider Wasisha did yesterday, stitching up that partnership alongside Aftab Javed. So you need to hold one end up. Now that was a good delivery, but slightly down the leg side. Shahbaz cannot believe it. He'll be Interesting to have a look at that one more time.
I think it was eventually drifting down leg. Shabazz rightfully a bit disappointed. It's tough going, bending your back, trying to bowl a bouncer on a placid wicket, hot conditions, humid out there in the middle, and then you have to re-bowl it. Lovely punch. Straight to Umair Ali Khan at cover point. It looks a good surface, let me tell you, Rizwan.
Absolutely, the sound of the bat hitting the deck really hard and coming right to the meat of the bat from Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. It's all about those partnerships, isn't it, in a longer format? And you stitch those partnerships, you're in for a big score. You look at the batting lineup of GHK Properties. They bat deep, they bat till the number 11. So they need to have a good total on board. The call was for 2, but they'll settle in for 1. And in fact, a misfield from Yasir Kaleem will get them an extra run. 9 overs gone, 73 for 1.
Final over of power play. Oh, wonderful shot, Alishan. Well, that is breathtaking to say the least. Just leant back and pierced the gap between cover and point. Was a poor ball, to be fair, short and wide. But look at that balance, Rizwan. Out of this world.
Elegance personified off the back foot, waiting for delivery. Well, he's certainly done extremely well from ball 1 today, Alishan Sharafu. Watchfully played, straight to Irfan. Well, you made a point. Are they going to wait for this power play to get over to bring in the spinners? They need to find a way to stop this run scoring. Failing which, look, they're going to walk away with the game. Alishan Sharafu is looking absolutely destructive.
Yeah, they do have 2 left arm spinners, Mohammad Asif and Keshav Sharma in the side. Oh, flicked in the air, but there's a fielder and he's put it down. Wasim Akram. That was straight to you. That was Alishan on 48. How costly will that prove to be? It was straight to him.
That should have been taken. He had ample amount of time and that jump was absolutely not required. Well, what have you done? Umair Ali Khan clearly disappointed. It certainly would be exasperating for the bowler, especially when you create those opportunities of a batter in top-notch form and you put a dolly down.
Well, that is not on. He has steam coming out of his ears, and I can understand why. Alishan Sharafu will make you pay. It's not about if, it is confirmed. Oh, fabulous. The flowing cover drive, adding salt to the wounds for Umair Ali Khan.
Runs are coming thick and fast, just like a stream of river there. Look at that shot, as easy as you like. Getting right of the middle of the bat, a glorious cover drive from Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. Well, as a bowler, I mean, it will be, he will certainly be disappointed and dejected. And Umair Ali Khan is one such athlete who likes to take that challenge head on, and he did create that opportunity which was grasped by Wasim Akram.
Fielding is oh so crucial in the 300 ball game. It's hard enough to create a chance, and then to put it down in that manner, it's very deflating for the side. Should be two here. Oh, Wasim Akram gets the throw off quickly. But is it too little too late? First power play concluded. It's been all about Z Game strikers so far. 83 for 1. Back live for the 7 Districts presents 49th Bukhatir League 2025 semi-final 2 in progress. Z Game strikers won the toss, selected to bat first, and despite losing Ronak Panoli early, Alishan Sharafu is needing yet another half century, and he's been dropped on 48 at square leg. Partnership has moved beyond 50. Shahbaz Ali, decent first over, will continue from the Bukhatir end. And now the field can be spread. 4 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So at least they can look to contain the boundaries that have been coming from both batters. Looking in prime form, middling the ball nicely. They need to bowl dry, so to speak, for a spell here. Just deny the fours. Play on the batter's patience. It's still a very hot, blustery afternoon here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Energy sapping. A wonderful pull shot. No chance for the square leg. Lovepreet Bajwa dictating terms.
There was a half tracker, but towards that middle and leg stump channel, an easy pickings for Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. And look at that, quite elegant in execution. And that certainly would allow me to ask you a question on that. Who's your favorite puller of the world? Do you fancy Rohit Sharma or Ricky Ponting?
Well, that's a very good question. I think in terms of Asian batters, nobody can compete with the hitman. No doubt about it, because he liked to hit them for 6. Always his style of going under and up from that downward trajectory. It was always going to sail into the stands. Ricky Ponting was more orthodox. He wanted to roll his wrist over the ball. So in terms of thrills in this T20 era, I think Mr. 45 has to be the hitman for sure.
Oh, absolutely, and again, it's the way he executes those shots effortlessly. Rohit Sharma, another ambassador to the game of cricket, hails from Mumbai. And it's always a treat to watch him play, especially executing those pull and hook shots. Good delivery. Much better line and length. The changer from Shehbaz will just be a single. And Alishan Sharafu, in the process, gets to his half century. Well played, young man.
Fabulous knock once again. A big match player, if there ever was one in the UAE, of just 33 deliveries. But he'll want to convert this and make it a sizable innings. Make it a big chunky 100. The conditions are certainly in his favour. Good wicket. Plenty of fast bowlers he can counter-attack. Oh, ripping bouncer, beautifully bowled by Shehbaz Ali. Really bending his back here and getting that lift off the surface.
He's certainly bowling with some G-force. That was his half century. Started off really well. Scored those 21 runs off that second over. Well, in the process, he was able to get those runs from all corners of the park. And one missed opportunity by Wasim Akram, but he looked absolutely flawless today.
Truly is such a complete player. So strong, square of the wicket on both sides. And some of his punches down the ground towards mid-off extra have been truly exceptional. Very nicely managed. Love the way Lovepreet meets the bat, full-faced, very technically sound. And this was that drop chance when he was on 48. Wasim Akram making an absolute hash of it. It was straight to him. And in the end, he's put it down. 90 for 1. So as we anticipated, it is going to be some left arm spin coming into the game. Keshav Sharma, very talented bowler, handy with the bat as well at that number 8 sort of position. So something new to contend with for Bajwa and Sharafu.
The win rock solid against the seamers, but this will be a test now against Keshav Sharma, who was part of the Fujairah team in the recently concluded D series. A good, handy bowling all-rounder, I must say. Starts off well. Looking at the field, he's got deep point, long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, outside the 30-yard circle. We were down the leg side. That's one area you've got to be careful about. You can't afford to bowl towards the onside, especially to both the batters, were quite strong towards the square of the wicket on the onside.
Yeah, the disciplines have not been great from GHK. Oh, trying to cut a very straightish delivery. Lovepreet. Need to be careful on that one, my friend. And in terms of extras, well, Rizwan, they've already given away 14 runs in extras in just 11.2 overs. 12 wides in that. So that is not good at all from GHK. Making their own work a lot more difficult. You already have a power-packed batting opposition. Still have the likes of Shah Rukh Khan to come in as well. And add to that, you're gifting them runs. Oh, good fielding at short extra. That was hit hard.
And that's one area I always point out, Ahmed. Being professional cricketers, you play numerous amount of games almost on a monthly basis. You practice. That was a wayward delivery yet again, but he's really picked it up well. Alishan Sharafu helped it on its way for a maximum. Glorious shot from Alishan Sharafu.
Well, that is a gift. Fired quickly down the leg side, and he did it well to connect to it. And sailing away for yet another maximum. Alishan has hit 3 sixes already. This is not good. Current run rate of 8.3. Well, are we looking at 400? Oh dear me. Another long hop, but thankfully he hit it to square. Poor over from Keshav. 99 on board for Z Games already. Well, look at those economy rates. It's only been Shahbaz Ali who's been half decent. Everybody else has taken a belting. Ominous signs here for GHK properties. It's not going their way in the first hour of this game. Shahbaz Ali into his third over. Well, misfields are not helping their cause either. 100 up in just 12.1 overs. This is superb batting from Z Games. And I was mentioning they have plenty of batting to come. The likes of Shah Rukh Khan, Aryan Saxena, Zahid Ali, very capable with the bat. Taimur Ali, excellent all-rounder. But you do feel that everything revolves around Alishan Sharafu. If he goes big, then 350, 360 could be on the cards.
But they all can bat around him when he's in such destructive form. Well, he's hunkered down a little bit after the power play. He's taking his time. He's looking for a big score. He can magnify himself from here on. He's got that perfect foundation laid in the power play. He's got his team off to a beautiful start, scoring 100 just within those 12 overs. It is positive sign for Z Game strikers. As you rightly mentioned, they have a very good batting lineup as well. What matters is these two batters who are set out in the middle play at least till that 30 to 35 overs.
Oh, absolutely. And they say you always want to double your score at the 30 over mark, so they're well ahead of the game. Solid drive once again from Lavi. Capped by the UAE, like Atiq Nizam mentioned. Played to ODIs versus the Windies here at Sharjah back in 2023. And because we watch these guys so often, we think they're, veteran players and this and that, but they're just 22 years of age. Even Alishan is just 22 or 23, very, very young. Him and Ronak Panoli, of course, represented UAE under 19 together. Oh, lovely punch again. That is a copybook extra cover drive from Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. Absolutely magnificent.
This is exactly what the basics teach you. A proper cricketing shot. Everything right technically about that shot. The flow of the blade and the connection and the perfect timing there. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa keeping good company alongside Alishan Sharafu. Yeah, they all are young, 21, 22s. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa, Alishan Sharafu. Seen Aftab as well yesterday. And I like the temperament they carry along, especially in high pressure games. They take their time, they're not bogged down by any pressure. And as always, contributing towards the team's success.
Yeah, it was Shahrukh Amin, the skipper himself, who made a very good point. When I asked him, you've had a lot of success here in Sharjah in these last 6 to 8 months. What has been your secret to success? And he mentioned that we always have a core bunch of players. We can add or subtract one or two, but our core is always the same. The likes of Ronak Panoli, Ahan Fernandez, Danish Qureshi, Shahid Bhutta, Shahrukh Amin himself. So they maintain that core of players and then add or refine the squad around it. You need that consistency.
Well, absolutely, and it's a very well knit unit. They know the strengths and weaknesses of each other. They back themselves up. They don't get bogged down by any losses as well. They come back stronger. And if you talk about GHK properties, there have been a lot of changes, a lot of new faces in the team, but they've managed to qualify for the semi-final. It will bring us to the end of over number 13, 105 for 1.
Back live after the first hour. It's been a sensational batting effort from Z Game striker so far. Alishan Sharafu has been brilliant to say the least, and getting able support from Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. Only one wicket taken so far. Wasim Akram picking up Ronak Panoli, hooking to long leg, but Wasim Akram himself dropped the catch of Alishan when he was on 48. The bowling has been quite inconsistent from GHK Properties so far. 15 extras given as well, so they certainly need to regroup after the drinks break. Keshav Sharma will continue from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end. And how do you dismiss Alishan? He gave you one opportunity, one sniff. It's quite unlikely that he will do so again. Pitch is playing really well for the batters. Current run rate above 8 for Z Game, so we're looking at that 300 plus sort of score quite easily. Something needs to go the way of GHK Properties. Somebody needs to create a moment of magic. Can Keshav Sharma be that man, Rizwan?
Well, it has to be the Keshav Sharma or Asif. I'm yet to see Asif coming out to bowl, quite known as Asif Lara. Handy left hand spinner. But the way they're operating at the moment, Ahmed, they're looking absolutely magnificent, rock solid, taking their time out, enjoying their cricket in such humid conditions. And what I quite like about the approach is they're cool as cucumber, and they're getting those runs quite comfortably as well.
Oh, absolutely. Both have represented the national team. Oh, that has been slammed over extra cover. Alishan with the big stride and the big bat sends it into the Sachin Tendulkar stand.
We're waiting for the bat deliveries yet again in the slot, and he's got that connection absolutely right. Alishan Sharafu. Well, this is exactly what I was talking about. They're not bogged down with those dot deliveries. They take their time, and they've got that ability to cover that deficit up. And a good maximum for Alishan Sharafu. A bit of work for the fielder to find the ball out in this from the stands. And I reckon he's still doing the treasure hunt there.
Well, it's the modern era. Maybe the cricket balls need to have a GPS tracker on them. You can look it up on the smartphone, find my ball. But there was certainly nothing wrong with the delivery, just the class of Alishan. And pardon me, it was the stand opposite the Sachin Tendulkar stand. Who could that be? Well, if we leave it to Atiq Nizam, he'll certainly name it for Sana Jayasuriya. Wouldn't be a bad idea, to be quite frank. A half tracker, and it's been pulled with absolute force for 6.
Well, pyrotechnics on display during the daytime here at the Sharjah Stadium. It was a long hop and comfortably placed towards the mid-wicket region. Alishan Sharafu is looking absolutely dangerous and destructive. He's raised on to 71 off just 41 deliveries. Remember, it's the 50 over format, but the way he's playing is looking like he's playing the shortest format of the game. Watchfully played, respecting the good deliveries, playing on merit. 14 gone, 119 for 1.
88-run partnership in progress for the second wicket. Alishan is unleashing against the pacers and spin alike. Keshav Sharma being carted for 2 sixes. Another bowling change as Mohammad Irfan, who got absolutely clobbered in the power play, coming back for a second spell. Let's see if he can bounce back. Does have that extra pace. Can bowl around 135, 138 clicks. Just needs to be a lot more consistent. I thought maybe he was overexerting himself in the power play, trying to bowl too quick. And in the end, Alishan took advantage of the pace on offer. Maybe try to mix it up, some slow deliveries, some cutters. But before all that, your line and length needs to be a lot more steady. Oh, that one kept a touch low, but it's gone through the keeper. Once again, extras being leaked here. Atiq Nizam alongside me in the comm box. Alishan Sharafu has been batting in a different multiverse altogether this afternoon.
Well, good evening, viewers. Good evening, Ahmed Khawaja. And certainly, yes, Alishan Sharafu, he's been absolutely magnificent, isn't he? From the moment he's walked out to bat, he's looked extremely positive. He's looked like on a league of his own, hasn't he? Very good partnership between these two. 89 run stand so far. The Z Games are off to a very, very good start. The platform has been laid to what would be a very good score in the semi-finals. They're going at above 8 runs and over. So certainly if they can keep at this, they certainly set their targets around that 330, 350 mark, but it's still quite early times. Lot of overs still remaining, 35 overs to go after this. So they just got to make sure that they go on and make a big one.
Wonderful square drive, Lovepreet. And look at that, just caressed to the fence. Once again using the pace of Irfan against him. That's a top shot.
Once again relying on placement and timing there. Not trying to hit the ball too hard. Lovepreet Singh, this has been the benchmark of his innings so far. He's the perfect foil for Alishan Sharafu. Steadying the ship ever so nicely. He moves on to 36 of 39. What a brilliant third wicket partnership this is here for the Z Game strikers. Very nicely played there. Just angling the bat down towards deep third for a single. Rotating the strike, not letting the bowlers to bog down. And just making sure that the boundaries are followed up with singles and rotating the strike around.
Yeah, they've kept that scoreboard ticking at a very healthy tempo. GHK just look a bit lost at the moment. They don't know where to turn to provide any sort of control over proceedings. Leaking boundaries from both ends. Better delivery, but even then very calmly played. 15 gone. The games are 127 for 1. Well, it's going to be Rohan Mustafa coming on to bowl. A legend in the middle of the park and a legend in the comm box alongside me. Very honoured to have the GM of Sharjah Cricket, Mr. Mazhar Khan, alongside me in the combox. Sir, good afternoon. Having 50 over cricket at the end of June. This is truly something very unique that we're having at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium this season.
Yes, good afternoon, Ahmed. It's a pleasure to have you here at the Sharjah Stadium. And mind you, what wonderful games you have played so far here. You know, the wicket has been excellent for the batters, and there are so many hundreds and good performances done so far. I think the boys have taken into their stride that come what may, 50 overs is 50 overs.
And sir, in terms of managing the domestic calendar and of course the international calendar for Sharjah this season, I think the last 18 to 24 months we've seen a meteoric rise in the amount of fixtures both in domestic and international cricket that we're having here at Sharjah. So it's been a very, very busy time for you, to say the least.
Yes, Ahmed, alhamdulillah, right from I think post-COVID we have been quite busy, and the events are coming through, and recently we did the Bangladesh series with UAE, and you know, so it's been quite a busy season ahead, and hopefully we also have plans to host West Indies and Nepal in the third week of September. So let's hope the season starts off well. After this, we'll be closing down for a few days to have some grass laid on the wicket, and so we just want to do some, you know, housekeeping work for it to be ready for the international games.
So you were saying few days, but honestly it's probably more like few hours. Short and wide and punched away by Alishan. Another boundary. A rare loose delivery from Rohan Mustafa. And Alishan in this kind of form is not going to miss out at all. Like you mentioned, sir, it's an absolute belter of a batting track here.
Well, I think Alishan has done really well. I've been following him. You know, he's been quite consistent, I think, in this tournament. And there are quite a few boys. I think the last night we had the fourth century by Aftab, which augurs well. I think this is the best way to present these cricketers to the Emirates Cricket Board, to watch them and see their performances and see what, I mean, 50 over game is a 50 over game. And to get back-to-back centuries, I think you have to be good enough.
Oh, most certainly breaking records here is Aftab Javed in this edition of the Bukhatir League. We'll speak more about the Bukhatir League after this break. 134 for 1. .134 for 1. Partnership has moved beyond 100. Outstanding stuff between Lovepreet Singh Bajwa and Alishan. Oh, flashing at that outside off. Good delivery from Irfan. So, sir, you said that housekeeping is in order over the next few days. Now, Nepal can call Sharjah Cricket their second home. South Africa, Afghanistan played here as well. Ireland played here as well. UAE, of course, has always considered this their primary home. So you have become the multiple homes for multiple countries now.
Yes, alhamdulillah. You know, it all started way back in about 2010 when, you know, Mr. Bukhatir decided why not help Afghanistan, because they hardly had anything at that time. It was just coming up. So see the present, you know, position of Afghanistan, where they have gone up as a full member country now, and they have started doing well in tests also, which shows that, you know, given our opportunities to these boys, the right conditions, they can really improve and move forward from there.
And of course, you, sir, mentioned the name of the living legend, the icon. Good delivery again, but just the bat grazing the pitch. The great Mr. Abdul Rahman Bukhatir, the father of cricket in the UAE, as we fondly know him. 49th edition of the tournament that has been his namesake, established in 1974. So, sir, please give us a brief overview. I'm sure it's a very long history, but you can sum it up perfectly about Bukhatir League.
Well, I think it was Mr. Bukhatir's idea to bring in these young cricketers from India and Pakistan and give them opportunities to work here. And he found that teams then, and that's how Bukhatir League started as a 45-over league then, because we didn't have lights, so it used to get dark earlier. And I remember playing the second year of Bukhatir League in October 1975. So I missed out one. But then again, you know, the quality of players we had then, and and we used to play on cement tracks, and Sabka grounds, no turf wickets. So it was then also the quality was excellent, I think, and that's what we proved in way back in 1994 when we qualified for the ICC trophy and played the first World Cup in 1995 in India and Pakistan, 96, yeah. So I think that's a leap and bound of improvement, and these young guys have really lucky to be playing in such wonderful conditions, both in Dubai, Sharjah, and Abu Dhabi. And I'm sure, let's hope that they do well in the longer version of the game. Right now, they are not done well so far, but I'm sure they'll take it up from here.
Absolutely, and of course not now, in fact 2 or 3 years ago when we got that Guinness Book of World Record title, the most number of international matches, especially in terms of ODIs, played here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. We'll certainly discuss more of that after this break. Another good over from Irfan. Finally, a quiet over coming in for GHK, 138 for 1 after 17. Rohan Mustafa back into the attack, needs to bowl a better over. It's very rare to see him bowl boundary balls. Alishan Sharafu has rolled into the 80s, and we'll also roll into the 80s in terms of the history of Bukhatir League with GM of Sharjah Cricket, Mr. Mazhar Khan, alongside me in the comm box. We're very grateful for him sharing his valuable time, even though it's been a long extended season for him. But I'm sure he'd love to be here and nowhere else. 138 for 1 after 17. Lovepreet looking good as well as he's moved on to 39. So, sir, 2025 is almost done in terms of cricket. What is in store for 25/26 for Sharjah Cricket?
Well, as you know, that the ILT20 is going to start on the 2nd December this time. They have preponed their games. And then hopefully Afghanistan has got 3 back-to-back home events, which is in January, February, and March. So let's see how it pans out, and probably we will be busy up till March, April again. So, but one thing which is comfortable for us is that now the wickets are playing very well, and the international wickets have also done well, and that the teams are appreciating what is in store for them, and that's one thing comfortable for us. And hopefully, let's see how the season pans out. And again, we will be also putting in the domestic cricket as well, along with the international. So that is, we would like to give back to the UAE with such games, so that these young cricketers can perform and go on to join the senior team in the Emirates Cricket Board.
Oh, absolutely. I remember that grand undertaking. I think it was in the summer of 24 or 23 when you dug up the entire center square and relayed all the pitches. I believe it was a 4 or 6 month project to relay all of these pitches. Hence, they have played beautifully. And so, not just men's cricket, but women's cricket. What Sharjah cricket has achieved in the last 24 months. We'll talk about that after the break. 139 for 1. So 139 for 1 after 18. And just in the previous over, I was mentioning that Sharjah cricket has made tremendous strides in the development of women's cricket as well. 15,000 strong crowd packed in for India women's team taking on Australia in the previous T20 World Cup. What a moment that was, Mazhar sir.
That was unbelievable because see, we never saw such a crowd for women's cricket, and I think the enthusiasm shown around for women's cricket is amazing, and that's you can see the way the quality of cricket is improving, both at the full members as well as the associate members. At one time, we used to struggle to make a team of 11 girls for the UAE. We used to put in boys. We used to have 5 girls and 6 boys to play a cricket match for them. That was about 20 years back. But then again, now you see how things have improved for them. And then they are seated 12th or 13th in the world, the UAE side, which augurs well. And even the other countries like India also has improved a lot. At one time, it was only England and Australia who used to dominate. But now you see India defeating England in the recently concluded match in London.
Yeah, absolutely. Tremendous strides were made under the leadership of athletes like Chavi Bhatt. Then we had Shaya Mughal and now Isha Oza. And of course, achieving ODI status as well, the UAE women's cricket team. So certainly improving day by day. And even the men have finally achieved a great achievement right here in Sharjah when they knocked over the Bangla Tigers just about a month and a half ago in that landmark T20I series win over a test nation. They had gotten occasional wins over the likes of Afghanistan in the past, Scotland, Ireland as well, but knocking over a giant like Bangladesh right here, what a moment that was for Sharjah cricket as well.
I totally agree with you. We never, always Bangladesh. I remember we defeated Bangladesh in 1994 when we were playing the qualifiers in Kenya. That was the first time, we knocked out all the major countries to get into the World Cup in 96. So that was the only time when we had defeated Bangladesh. But it was in the later on, we lost a few games to them. But it was very good to see the way the UAE boys did to defeat them here at our home ground.
And sir, finally on a personal note, for Mazhar Khan himself, the legend himself, what is the fuel for your fire? What keeps you passionate and hungry about growing cricket in the UAE, especially in the Sharjah region?
Well, I think you have to have that. You have to have something special, which gets you going. And since I have played a lot of cricket here back home in India, so there's always a passion to do something for the betterment of cricket, and that is what is inbuilt in me, I thought. And that keeps on going. Any cricket match, whether it's a 4-year, under 16 or 12-year-old, whatever it is, that gives you a kick to, go and see those games and enjoy cricket and see. the quality of cricket now played here is as good as anywhere in the world, and which is a good sign for UAE cricket. And I'm sure, as the time passes, we'll be back in action in the ODIs also. And so let's hope that cricket continues here in this part of the world. And I mean, the foundation laid by Mr. Bukhatir and his children will go on well for many years to come. And I think this is the best format of place for the expats like us to come here and represent UAE. What a wonderful opportunity for these youngsters, coming from different countries of the world and representing UAE. That's the best thing which can happen to any cricketer.
It certainly is the pathway to dreams. So very thankful to Mazhar sir for his time. 19 overs gone then. Z Game strikers are 142 for 1. Well, of course, a huge shout out to our powered by sponsor, 7 Districts, one of the preeminent cricket franchises in the UAE. And of course, their academy side is playing the final on the 2nd of July. So could be a landmark achievement for them to win the much coveted title of being Bukhatir League champions. The 49th edition. We are celebrating the Golden Jubilee next year. Meanwhile, Rohan Mustafa into his 3rd over, pulled away, and will beat the square leg fielder to welcome Atiq Nizam back into the com box.
Well, things are going nice and smoothly here for the Z Game strikers. 146 for 1. What a mammoth partnership this is. 115 together. And these two just seem to be going their merry way. And just as Mr. Ahmed Khawaja was saying, an absolute honor to have met the general manager of the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, Mr. Mazhar Khan. A very down-to-earth, humble soul. The man behind the brains of this iconic stadium. Well, I'm sure he'll be absolutely thrilled with how things have panned out, especially even this event, the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League, has been nothing short of impeccable as far as the organization of the tournament is concerned. Some high quality cricket being played, and some absolute superstars out there plying their trade, and also maybe some future superstars in the making as well. Rohan Mustafa, you see him sometime bowling some pace, sometimes some spin. But this is an outstanding effort, isn't it, Ahmed Khawaja? Certainly now you'd say they might even pass the 350 marquees if they go on.
Oh, they're certainly well on track for that. Nearing the 150 mark in just 20 overs. This is unbelievable stuff from Z Games. 149 for 1. Irfan has bowled a good spell. He is getting a hint of movement in the air, which has caught my eye. So there is certainly something to work with when you're bowling from the Bukhatir end. 150 of Z Game strikers And with all of 30 overs to go, even if they play run a ball here, Atiq, they'll get to 330. And with Alishan, he's going to play a lot quicker than that. Maybe he's just biding his time to cross that 100 mark. Oh, this is a chance and will be taken. Finally, GHK Properties have held on to a catch. And Mohit Kalyan makes no mistake. A huge moment in the game.
Well, also a big sigh of relief here for the men in green. Finally see the back of Alishan Sharafu, who's caused immense damage. Not timing that on the occasion, getting the slice end top of the bat and just lobbing an easy catch to the fielder at square leg. But Alishan Sharafu, well, he has to walk back to the dugout. 84 for him. An outstanding performance, making sure that he's put his team in the driver's seat. 8 boundaries and 5 sixers in that innings and a strike rate of 135. Very unfortunate to miss out on the 3 figures. 150 for 2.
So the skipper in at number 4. Elegant left-hander, Shahrukh Amin. Mohammad Irfan, excellent bowling. Oh, beautifully bowled, going across the left-hander. Well, Irfan in his first 3 overs, Atiq, went for 30 runs. Since then, in 4.3 overs, he's only conceded 15. And that pressure created that opportunity. And a much-needed opportunity taken by GHK.
Well, yes, certainly it's been certain phases of play when suddenly you feel that the runs are drying up, especially when someone with the likes of Alishan who likes to be positive. Oh, beats that outside edge. Shahrukh Amin, the captain. Very good player. A decent batter. He can certainly strike them big. He'll need to come good. But on the other end, GHK Properties, they'll want to capitalize on this opportunity with this opening. They need to pick up another couple more here just to put in those breaks. Now they've got to try and bring that run rate down and try and limit the opposition to around the 300 run mark. They would have done extremely well.
Yeah, it's a tough slog ahead for GHK. Been impressive, Mohammad Irfan, in the second spell. His ability to just get a hint of swing in the air. Didn't concede a boundary for a while, and eventually that pressure paid off. Alishan was looking dead set for a big innings, a sizable 100. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. He was dropped on 48 and then out on 84, or was it 81? So this is a big opportunity for GHK to build some dot ball pressure. Maybe a couple of quick strikes to bring them back into the game. Safely off the mark is the skipper. 21 gone, 151 for 2.
151 for 2. New pair out there together with the set batter Lovepreet Singh, who's approaching what would be a very well made half century, and Rohan Mustafa, the experienced campaigner, will be quite wary of the fact that they'll need another wicket or two here. They cannot afford to get another partnership to build. They need to take their chances. We did see a couple of chances going down early, especially that catch in the deep of Alishan Sharafu has proved quite costly for the GHK properties. $152 for 2. And then to take us through to the next few overs, I've been joined here by Rizwanur Rahman after a well-deserved rest. Rizwan, welcome back.
Thank you, Atiq. Much needed breakthrough for the GHK properties. A good catch in the deep taken by Mohit Kalyan was one which was dropped earlier by Wasim Akram. Should have been taken earlier on, but they've managed to come back well, GHK properties. Gets that single and gets to his half century in style. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa rising to the occasion in the semi-final. He stitched up a wonderful partnership alongside Alishan Sharafu, now taking that responsibility.
Well, what a lovely innings it has been from Lovepreet Singh, hasn't it? 50 of 57, holding the fort from one end, supporting Alishan on the other. He's got to take the mantle on and carry the innings through. He's got to bat through till the 50th. But the over comes to an end. A very good over from Rohan. Just 2 runs from it. 22 done. 153 for 2. $153 for 2. Umair Ali Khan with his sleeves up, showing those biceps out on the cameras. Well, I think he needs a little bit more of that, isn't it, Rizwan?
Well, you might be feeling the heat there, Umair Ali Khan. He was extremely disappointed. He was the bowler who created that opportunity of Alishan Sharafu. Mixes it up really well. Wonderful effort in the field. The wind switched on after those dropped opportunities. Bit of mix-up between Lovepreet Singh Bajwa and Shahrukh Amin. And ground fielding has to be spot on, I think, especially in the longer format of the game. You've got to be switched on. 300 deliveries. Yeah, it takes a bit of effort. You've got to be there for a longer period of time, but that's what wins you matches.
Well, it certainly does. Especially not easy in these conditions, throwing yourself around. Oh, a surprise bouncer there by Umar Ali. And what are they appealing for? A wide been given by the umpire, and Umar Ali is not thrilled about it. Hands on hips. Well, my friend, there's nothing much you can do about it. The umpire's call is always a final one. But I think there was a fair call. It did seem like it was above the shoulders of the batter. Big man, isn't he? Umair Ali wouldn't want to mess with him. Good delivery. Just around that fourth stump line, keeping it nice and tight.
Certainly a big man, and I'll certainly have you as cover when I'm playing against him, Atiq Nizam. Well, he's been all over the Middle East cricket circuit, I must say. Has been playing a lot of cricket in Saudi Arabia as well, and they were crowned champions in the inaugural Saudi Foundation Day Cup in Dammam, and he was a player of the match of the finals as well as a player of the series. We're playing on the Astro turf wicket. Quite a handy player to have in the team. Quite animated. Watch out for his celebrations when he picks those wickets up. Handy all-rounder. So yes, I will have you as my cover, Atiq.
Well, all he has to do is just put one finger at me and I'm sure I'll land a few yards away. I'll never go anywhere close to him, my friend. I'll always make sure he'll be in my good books. But yeah, he's a gentle giant, so to say. Very nice man. Always treats you with a smile. But certainly a very, very fierce competitor on the field.
Did you say he'll be in your good books or you will be in his good books?
Well, I'll make sure that I am in his good books so that, I don't get those blows, not from those mighty arms that he's showing off to the cameras. But yeah, he's a very solid guy. A quick single there for Shahrukh. Is that the end of the over? Yes, it is. I believe. Yes, it is. So Shahrukh Amin will keep strike. 23 done. 156 for 2. Rohan into his fifth over now. The last few overs have now been pulled back, the run rate. It's been a good period of play here for the GHK properties, creating some pressure. Shahrukh Amin 3 of 13. He struggled to keep the scoreboard ticking, and that's the release shot. Has he got all of it? That's gone all the way into the stands. Shahrukh Amin, this is what he's known for. He's one of the cleanest hitters of a cricket ball. It was in his arc, and look at that free flow of the arms. The fielder in the deep for a second would have thought that maybe he meant in business. But all he could do was watch the ball sail over his head. Well, that would untie the shackles here. The last few overs has been a little bit tough for the Z Game strikers upon the fall of that wicket. Now Shahrukh Amin will feel confident to get those gaps, and sometimes it's that one stroke that can completely change the momentum of your innings. you'll begin to feel that your feet starts moving. Your head position is right on top of the ball. You'll have good timing behind your strokes. You'll be able to find the gaps with ease. That's the difference of getting one hit off the middle. Rohan Mustafa, well, he's got to get his thinking cap on. He's got to draw in all his experiences here, Rohan. Solidly played behind that.
One good shot will give you that confidence, and especially when you're able to score off a senior statesman, you will grow in confidence. It was a very good shot, nicely tucked away. He's not bothered, but I think Shahrukh Amin will have to move on from here. Too many dot deliveries he's consumed. Barring that 6, he's just picked up 3 runs so far. And Lovepreet Singh Bajwa will feel the pressure then. 24 overs done and dusted, 162 for 2. Straight down the ground will just be a single. We are inching close towards the halfway stage, Atiq. They're comfortably placed about 163 now. Another 150 runs will get them go past that 300 run mark. And we've discussed about the kind of batting lineup GHK Properties possesses. The likes of Yasir Kaleem, Harshit Kaushik, Sagar Kalyan, Humaj Gondal himself can bat. Rohan Mustafa, Umair Ali Khan, Shahbaz Ali, Irfan can hit some nasty blows as well. Wasim Akram towards the tail end. So anything under 320, they'll be still in the contest. But if it goes beyond the 330, 335 run mark, it is not going to be easy for GHK Properties.
Well, of all the names that you mentioned, there is one name obviously stands out, and that is Rohan Mustafa himself. Because when he gets going, there's no ground or no scoreboard that's too small for him. He's a devastating batter who's been amongst the runs, which is the most crucial point. He scored some very big runs even recently in the recently concluded D50 series, the Emirates D50. And also in the D10, he's been at his devastating best, Rohan Mustafa. It's different format. Oh, good delivery. Very good delivery. Umair Ali Khan saw Lovepreet advancing down the pitch. Very well directed bouncer.
It is mixing it up really well. Bowls with military medium pace, variations, and the slower off cutters that it brings to the center is quite impressive. Pulled away, half tracker. The fielder will clean it up. Homage towards that deep square leg region. Well, he's got a ball in those fourth stump channels. Umair Ali Khan, and they need to find a way to stop those singles as well. Shahrukh Amin, 10 of 18 for him. He's slowly and steadily stitching up a partnership here. Watchfully played. Rohan Mustafa will clean it up. Halfway stage. Z Game strikers, after winning the toss, are comfortably placed at 165 for 2.
Rohan continues. A slog sweep in front of square and gets a boundary. Lovepreet Singh, you felt that something was about to give because the runs were drying up from the other end. Shahrukh Amin, in spite of hitting that 6 in that previous over of Rohan Mustafa, followed it up with a few dot balls, and you just felt that Lovepreet was itching to get going. Getting a boundary on the very first ball, and now again he's gone through the same region. This time he clears the field with ease. It's a maximum for Lovepreet Singh. Rohan Mustafa under pressure.
Glorious, glorious shot. And is now breaking loose Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. 10 runs already of the first 2 deliveries. And Rohan Mustafa clearly disappointed. Scoring at a decent rate as well, ever since the departure of Alishan Sharafu. Yeah, watchfully played. You've got those runs already. You might as well just milk a single. This is good cricket all over from the young boys of the Z Game strikers.
He has been outstanding innings here. Lovepreet Singh is looking quite solid. He's one of those technically correct sound batters who perfectly suit this 50 over format. Got plenty of time to build that innings, rotate the strike, put the bad balls away, and that's the kind of cricket that I love watching and I love playing. Call me old school, but I ain't that much of a fan of the T10 T20 format as much as I am of Test cricket and ODIs. Oh, that's going to be close. That's going to be close. Well, if there was something that missed, was perhaps maybe the height or just missing leg stump. Looked mightily close, and Rohan Mustafa is not happy about it. Well, let's have a look at the replay of that.
That was mighty close. Probably another angle would have given us a better picture. But yeah, in the end, it's the umpire's call. Stays not out. 26 gone, 176 for 2. Yeah, let's have a look at that. Yeah, that was close. That was close. Impact within the line. And no wonder why he was disappointed. Maybe the height factor, but I reckon that was close. Starts off with a wayward delivery. This has been a concern for Wasim Akram.
Well, let's look at that again. Well, that looked mightily close as well. That was my initial reaction too. But I'll tell you, Shahrukh Amin is a tall lad, and I just felt that maybe at the point of impact, with the length in which Rohan Mustafa bowled, the ball also had about another couple of yards to travel. So possibly missing that stump as far as the height was concerned. But well, I think it's a fair call to say that Rohan Mustafa felt a tad bit disappointed on that occasion. 177 for 2. Well, the sun has set beyond the horizon. The lights are slowly taking effect as we speak. Pulled very nicely in front of square. Beautiful venue here, isn't it? The Sharjah Stadium, especially in the twilight, looks even prettier with the background of the Sharjah city, with full views here from the combox. Shows the bustling life that residents in Sharjah have. The busy highways across Dubai and Sharjah runs right across from the stadium. Well, talking about the stadium here, we discussed about this yesterday, Rizwan. One of my best memories was that 189 that Sanat Jayasuriya scored, and today the Master Blaster celebrates his birthday, 30th of June. Happy birthday, Sanat Jayasuriya. Played some iconic innings in the stadium. Good delivery there. A bouncer and a quick single been taken.
Lot of memories associated with the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. It has been one of the greatest venues. It was recently part of the Guinness Book of World Records for hosting maximum international matches here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. We were privileged to have the GM of the Sharjah Cricket, Mr. Mazhar Khan, just a little while ago, talking to us with regards to the Bukhatir League and the development plans for Sharjah Cricket, as well about the history of this beautiful stadium. And it's a wonderful opportunity, I must say, Atiq Nizam, for the youngsters who's got the talent and prowess and the skill set to come out and showcase their talent at such a beautiful venue. They've worked on those turf wickets. It's a beautiful wicket to bat on, and why not, if you score a century at this venue, it will always be in the history books.
Well, one of my earliest memories of the stadium, coming to Dubai with my family, would have been a 7-8-year-old kid with my parents. Came and taking a picture here in this iconic stadium, and today having this opportunity to commentate here is truly an honor. 27 overs done and dusted, 180 for 2.
180 for 2 after 27. And thank you, Atiq Nizam, for taking us a walk down the memory lane. I do remember that picture where you were having your pacifier on. Well, it certainly is, when you were a kid at that time, we used to watch Sharjah Cricket Stadium on television, and today calling the games. It's definitely an honor, and we all must thank the broadcasting team as well as the tournament organizers for giving an opportunity for us to call out the games here as well.
Well, firstly, Mr. Rizwanur Rahman, I was not with a pacifier. I was big enough to drink milk out of a glass. But yes, indeed, growing up, watching matches here on TV, there's been over 200 and close to 300 ODIs, if I'm not mistaken. 300 international games, in fact, as corrected by my colleague, Mr. Rizwanur Rahman, who's always on top of the stats book. He's an absolute master when it comes to memory, as we are getting older, as Rizwan just keeps getting younger with age. He comes down the track, he's miscued this, falls just short of the fielder in the deep.
I like that approach from Shahrukh. I mean, you need to have that control, aggression. I can't afford to have too many dot deliveries in Keshav Sharma. Is trying to pull a quicker one on that occasion, walking down the wicket. Shahrukh, I mean, does not get the connection right. Didn't time it really well. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa on the other end is looking absolutely rock solid. Couple of runs added to the tally. It certainly is a beautiful venue, and I had the privilege of playing as well at this very venue, Atiq. Beautiful wicket to bat on, and when you get those runs as well, it will always be a memory for you. Growing in confidence and in style is Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. Always a treat to watch.
Well, Rizwan, you truly are testing my patience as far as my jealousy for you is concerned when you're talking about having that opportunity to play in this wicket. Well, my time will come, my friend. 28 overs done and dusted. 185 for 2.
Wasim Akram will continue. 32 runs is what is given away. Picked up a wicket. Bit waiver. Too many extras from him. 185 for 2. And with 8 wickets in hand, you can definitely consider it as a shorter format from here on. They still have a lot of batting left in the dugout. But look at that man. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. As elegant as he is. Joining me in the comb box after a short break is Ahmed Khwaja. Ahmed, welcome back. What do you make of this total so far, and what do you reckon will be the projected score from here on?
Very good question. Thank you so much, Rizwan, for that welcome. Well, they raised their 100 in the 12th over, so they've really slowed down since the departure of Alishan. Only 86 odd runs scored in the next 16 overs. Will not get past the mid-on, will run with the shot, Shahrukh Amin. So still, if you go by the formula of doubling your score at the 30 over mark, then Z Games are still in a very strong position to get at least 335 plus. But you do feel if Lovepreet gets out here, then another rebuild will take place, and the current run rate will dip further. They're looking good currently at 6.6 runs per over. Attempted pull down the leg side, and the extras just keep piling on for GHK.
Not sure what is the plan behind it. Well, I would say Wasim Akram has leaked too many extras. Yet again, looking for that quicker bumper, missing the line, missing the length completely. Although he's not given away too many runs, but those extras will be a cause of concern for the GHK properties. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa has been spot on, has been playing real good cricket, and this was another half tracker skied up in the air, and the plan has worked in their favour. Persisting with the quicker bumper, he gets a wicket.
All three Z Games wickets have fallen to the pull shot today. Caught him by surprise, trying to pull on the front foot, hence it got big on him. And straight down the throat of deep square. Mohit Kalyan in the game again. And another soft dismissal for a well set batter. He was looking dead set for a big score. In the end, he walks back for 71. Good innings from Lovepreet Bajwa, but it promised a lot more. And that is the third wicket down. 188 for 3, and we'll take a drinks break as well. So the new batter coming in, Taimur Ali, excellent all-rounder. But now GHK have a definite opening into the game. It was a long struggle, long meaty partnerships, but they've hung in there and dismissed the set batters, Alishan Sharafu and Lovepreet Bajwa. Can they pick up back-to-back wickets here and really put some pressure back on Z Games? Wasim Akram, he was a bit all over the shop in the power play, Rizwan, but he's come back strongly.
Yeah, that was a crucial wicket. Persisting with the bounces, gave away too many extras for my liking, and he also dropped the catch today. Didn't go as per the plan, but he's managed to pick up 2 good wickets, and especially Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. He was looking absolutely magnificent. Another one played down the onside, and Taimur gets off the mark.
Another technically sound player, very similar to Lovepreet, is Taimur Ali. Likes to take his time, is very capable of the big shots, especially towards that long on or square leg region. Needs to stitch a partnership together with his skipper, who's been a bit sedate at the crease. Or down the leg side, but there is cushion in the deep, but won't get there. Nicely put away by Shahrukh Amin, and spoiling a good over from Wasim with a poor ball once again.
Yeah, yet again, wayward delivery down the leg side. All he had to do was get his willow in connection with the ball. A boundary to close out the over. 29 gone, 193 for 3.
So Rohan Mustafa into his 7th. Now is the ideal time to create a bit of a squeeze here on the Z Game strikers. Taimur Ali will take a bit of time to get set. Shahrukh Amin will try to anchor the innings. Z Games have had a lot of success here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium this season, so they certainly will not be overawed by the occasion or the opposition. Chock-a-block with big names are GHK properties. Oh, how is that missed? I was waiting for the death rattle on that occasion.
There's one thing about Shahrukh Amin, Ahmed, if you notice, he covers all the stumps. He takes that off stump guard. I reckon that's because he's quite strong towards the wicket on the onside. But taking that guard, especially on the offside, it allows him to play those offside shots quite comfortably. But one thing he's got to be mindful about is any good length delivery which skids through, and if it hits the pads, he'll definitely have to walk back.
Yeah, he has a very open stance, doesn't he? Like you mentioned, that back leg is on off stump, because he wants to stand as open as possible to get 2 eyes on the ball. Cut that blind spot underneath his right shoulder. But like you mentioned, if one just misbehaves or nips in, you will be a prime candidate for LBW. So far he's managed himself well. Tight over from Rohan. 196 for 3 at the 30 over mark. Interesting move. Keshav Sharma coming into the attack. Good batting from Taimur Ali. He's not wasting any time at the crease. Soft hands, drop and run. That's exactly the kind of batter we need at number 5.
A bit of yes and no on that occasion. Losing a wicket here. The Z Game strikers currently very well placed, I must say. Even if they go about 6 runs and over from here on, they'll get close to the 330 run mark quite comfortably. Yeah, nicely worked away towards the onside. The ball is racing towards the boundary ropes. A bit of work for Hafiz Rahman, and he cuts it off. No, in fact, it is Harshit Kaushik, and they pick up a couple of runs quite comfortably.
Yeah, not happy with the running between the wickets. That should have been 3. They were very relaxed, and it was only an afterthought to push for a 3rd. No doubt it is hot out there. Stressful conditions for batters. Oh, and he's done himself. The arm ball. Stepping out of his crease, he missed. And Sagar Kalyan did the rest. Another one falls for Z Games.
Yeah, using his feet. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball. And he's certainly disappointed there. He could have played alongside around Taimur Ali. But in the end, Shahrukh Amin departs after scoring 20 of 33 deliveries. Another one bites the dust for the Z Game strikers. 199 for 4.
Well, this was the dismissal of Shahrukh Amin. A soft one. It was just a regular arm ball, nothing fanciful. Was just getting a bit bogged down, frustrated with all the dot deliveries. Aryan Saxena, UAE under 19 captain. Fabulous player, fabulous talent. Can he produce an innings here? A lot of time to bat. All of 19 and a half overs. And he certainly has that big hitting ability as well. But the bowling changes in the last 5 or 6 overs have been spot on from GHK. And now looks like they're taking control of the game here, Rizwan.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick wickets in quick succession. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa, then Shahrukh Amin missing out yet again. And a lot would rely upon Taimur Ali. Slight delay. And 7 districts. It's the title sponsor of the 49th Bukhatir League. They've qualified for the grand finale, which is scheduled to happen on the 2nd of June, the 7 District Cricket Academy. Aryan Saxena. Good delivery from Keshav. Was expensive till the previous over, gave away 28 runs in just 3 overs. But he's managed to pick up Shahrukh Amin.
Yeah, it was Alishan who took a liking to him. And just a slight correction, 2nd of July. We cannot go back in time. Although we'd love to. Oh, inside edge. Nicely flighted delivery by Keshav. Mixing it up nicely. They've certainly shown that comeback ability. Have the GHK bowlers. Mohammad Irfan with a good spell. Keshav as well. Wasim Akram. He's just hanging it up outside the off stump of Aryan, asking him to play the big shot. 199 for 4, a tidy over. Miscued there by Taimur Ali, trying to be slightly risky, playing against the spin. Needs to be careful. They're just playing on the batter's patience at the moment, GHK. But the fielding needs to be better. 200 up in the 32nd over. But there's been a big slowdown coming in after the dismissal of Lovepreet.
100 runs up in the 12th over, and they've managed to score second 100 after 31.2. Massive gap there. Certainly goes without saying, the scoring rate has drastically come down ever since the departure of Alishan Sharafu and Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa was holding one end up. Now Aryan Saxena and Taimur will have to rise to the occasion. The middle order of Z Game strikers will be tested today.
Well, if they play it as if they're opening a T20 game, both of these are regular openers as well, Taimur and Aryan. Of course, the ball is softer, the field is spread. It's not exactly the same. But the point I'm trying to make is that they're very capable of building up a good partnership here. Even if you play run a ball, you're going beyond 300, which is always a big score. But do they have the nerves? Do they have the understanding of the game situation to deliver on that? Remains to be seen. Another quick over from Rohan. Done and dusted in 60 seconds. 203 for 4. Keshav resumes his tussle with Aryan. They were teammates together for Fujairah in the D series, so they should know each other well. So far he's content to play him off the back foot, just pushing the ones and twos. Don't mind that approach. He can take a bit of time. We know he's a very gifted player. A product of the Sharjah Cricket Academy is Aryan Saxena. He knows this pitch very well, this ground very well. And who can forget, he made 150 against Japan under 19s here 3 or 4 months ago. I was very lucky to be in the com box witnessing that innings. And once again, we keep forgetting these kids are just 19, 20 years old. We've seen so much of Aryan. We think he's a grizzled veteran, but he's just barely out of his teens.
Well, that could be because we've seen them so much in the UAE domestic circuit. Youngsters, a misfield will fetch them a single. A bit of yes and no. And just to answer your question that you've raised earlier on, Ahmed Khwaja, if they consider it as a shortest format of the game from here on, they've got 6 wickets in hand, 17 overs to go after this. They probably can still afford to bat at least till over number 40. They have the likes of Zaid Ali, and as we speak, that's been hammered towards the mid-wicket region for a maximum. Aryan Saxena gets a big one out of the meat of the bat. 33 gone, 2-1-1 for 4.
So Umair Ali Khan replacing Rohan Mustafa from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end. Only 4 overs bowled, so should be relatively fresh. Pace off is the name of the game currently for GHK.
That's exactly what Umair Ali Khan is known for. Does not give you that desired pace to work with. And just to continue our conversation, as long as these guys can stay up till 40 overs, score about 6 to 7 runs an over, they'll be able to score big. And meanwhile, Taimur Ali joins the party. That was a quicker bumper from Umair Ali Khan, and he gets the connection right in the vacant area.
Yeah, not a good delivery. Umair is not quite quick enough to bowl that delivery, and he hit that towards cow corner, not even in front of square. It was basically a straight pull, so he had ample amount of time. And that's much more like it. Just keep it simple. Finish on top of off, around middle and off. Cramp him for room. If he wants to play a big shot, then you have the cushion down the ground and square of the wicket. Will be a wide on that occasion. Well, this gift of 20 plus runs as extras could well be the difference between the two teams.
Indeed, yes. And talking about the batting depth they have, we've seen Zahid Ali scoring a lot of runs in this tournament. He can definitely bat towards the lower end of the innings. And Danish Qureshi, Zishan Nasir, we've seen Danish playing short cameos for the respective teams that he's associated with. So yes, they can manage to score about 7 to 8 runs till the 40 overs and go big from there on. They can get close to that 330, 340 run mark. Meanwhile, they're in the phase of constructing a partnership.
And a very crucial partnership at that. Meanwhile, a boundary check coming in for that dive on the rope. It's been a tough day at the office for the batters and the bowlers. Slightly cooler, like you mentioned, from yesterday, but still it is very, very hot indeed. Great effort there by Mohit Kalyan. Put the dive in. He's been in the game. Couple of catches to his name. Very solid player. Immense firepower in this GHK batting lineup, to say the least. Mayank Chaudhary, Sagar Kalyan, Mohit Kalyan, Rohan Mustafa, Yasir Kaleem, Umair Ali Khan, Shahbaz Ali. The names go on and on. Harshit Kaushik as well. That is a dream team. Let's take a look here. It was a good looking punch towards that extra cover region. I think he's done very well there, Rizwan, on early impressions.
Yeah, full stretch dive there from Mohit Kalyan. Saving couple of runs for his team, crucial couple of runs. Yeah, you made a valid point there. It's a powerhouse of batting, I must say, the GHK properties. They love batting under lights. Rohan Mustafa, especially at the top order, loves to go big. And if he stays there, no score is big for him. So the Z Game strikers will be up against some quality batting lineup of the GHK properties. Straight to the field, a wonderful effort from Shehbaz Ali to restrict them just for a single. That will bring us to the end of the over number 34. 219 for 4.
Another new bowler being introduced, Keshav Sharma, pulled from the attack, which is a bit of a surprise, to be honest. I thought he was in a good battle with Aryan. Shehbaz Ali being reintroduced. Right on the spot. While taking a look at the field they have for Taimur Ali, they've got a deep third, long leg, deep square and a deep cover. So the plan is to bowl back of length or on that hard length. Nothing too full with mid-off and mid-on in the circle. They're trying to make Taimur Ali hook or pull the ball. And to be fair, that has produced wickets for them.
Yeah, 3 of them caught out in the deep. Oh, that's connected well, but straight into the hands of the fielder, and Irfan has grasped it. This is the second dropped opportunity by the fielders of the GHK properties that should have been taken. It was high up in the air, ample amount of time to come underneath it.
A very poor shot, looking to go towards extra cover, sliced it, and Mohammad Irfan has made a complete meal of it. Took a rough fall on his knee, not great technique there, and another chance goes begging. GHK properties, yes, it's a star-studded side, but the fielding has been below par, to say the least. Oh, there's a run out here. Utter confusion between Aryan and Taimur Ali. There was never a single there, and a wicket gifted to GHK immediately after a dropped catch.
Well, it has happened on numerous occasions today. A bit of mix-up. Yes, no, yes, and in the end, Mayank does the rest as easy as you like. This is a very important wicket in the context of the game. Aryan Saxena, a batter in form, will have to walk back after scoring 10 of 11 because of some miscommunication. 5 wickets down, 220 for 5.
So it's going to be the glove man, Yash Sabnani, coming in at number 7. What a unbelievable turnaround in this game. Just to tell you what the position was earlier for Z Games, they were flying along at 150 for 1 at the 20 over mark, Rizwan, and since then it's been a complete collapse.
150 for 1 at 20 over. So they've only managed to add 70 runs in 15 overs. Well, that goes without saying. Was that an opportunity? That was mighty close, but a brilliant effort, I must say, from Mayank Chaudhary.
Yeah, not an easy catch. Just hit the toe end of the bat and ballooned up. Mayank is a super athlete. And Yash Sabnani with a very lucky escape. Shahbaz Ali. Well, he's certainly making things happen here for GHK. That's the value of experience. They know you can always make a comeback in the longer format. You're never out of the game. Oh, glove down the leg side. And it will be a boundary just beyond the keeper.
Well, unlucky for Shahbaz, but Yash gets off the mark with a boundary. That was a quicker one. And has gloved it. Yeah, straying down the onside. Not an easy take for Sagar Kalyan. And the ball will find the fence. A welcome boundary for Z Game strikers. Yash Sabnani gets off the mark.
So making a roaring comeback into the game are the men in green. Not an easy player to face. New to the crease is Shahbaz Ali. 224 for 5. So it's going to be a change of ends for Keshav Sharma. Switching back over to the Sharjah Cricket Academy end. Well, Taimur Ali, he certainly needs to make amends for that run out. Ovarian Saxena, utter confusion. He called him through and then sent him back. He is an experienced veteran. Bats well under pressure usually. The pressure is well and truly on. That's all they really need to do for the next 6-7 overs, you feel. Just knock it around. Take the game deep. You don't want to expose the tail to bat too many overs. And then fall well short of a 300 plus target. And fair play to GHK. The bowling changes have been very good. They've just kept chipping away. And the wickets have fallen. Does have to be careful with that front foot stride, Taimur. That's what Keshav wants you to do. To get your planting front foot outside off for that arm ball. Oh, outside edge. But a vacant slip cordon and a lucky boundary for Taimur Ali. He will certainly take it. Delightful flighted delivery from Keshav. He can see the funnier side of things. But if there was a first slipper, Atiq Nizam, that would have been down the pouch.
Yeah, well, that was a very close one, isn't it? But so far, when you look at how things have transpired, the GHK properties have got back quite well into the game, picking up some quick wickets in between. Said batters sent back into the dugout. Keshav Sharma being slightly expensive here now. 46 of his 6 overs. 36 done, 231 for 5.
In desperate need of a partnership, are Z Games. Bit of an in and out field for Taimur Ali. They've kept all the men on the offside and the onside ring very close, but they also have protection on the square boundaries and behind the wicket keeper. He's already had a catch dropped of Shahbaz Ali in the previous over. So smart game plan here. They know he will look for the big shot. He will look for a boundary if he's not getting those singles. Shahbaz Ali has been right on the money. In fact, GHK, after they got rid of Alishan, have played some very good cricket, haven't they, Atiq?
Yeah, they've given a good fight, isn't it? Especially with how things panned out, we believe we thought that they were certainly staring down a barrel, with the Z Game strikers certainly eyeing a score of 350 plus. But now they've pulled things back nicely. Taimur, who's just come in, steadied the ship after the barrage of wickets that fell. He's on 20 of 26 now. Yash on the other end will need to give some support here. 231 for 5. 13 overs to go after this, Ahmed. If they bat well, they certainly still can get to the 330 mark.
Yeah, if they bat well is the key, like you mentioned. And they were 150 for 1 at the 20 over mark when Alishan got out. So it's been very laboured. A bit of an ugly hoik coming in from Taimur. That was what I was hinting at, that he will look for a big shot if you bowl a few dot deliveries to him. All of these players have played so much club cricket, domestic cricket against each other, with each other. So they know their tendencies really well. As we know your tendencies as well, Mr. Atiq. You are also the kind of player, 2-3 dot balls, you're going to hit the next one over 6, over square leg, if you can.
Well, oh, that's a good delivery. Fuller one. Shahbaz Ali is a very experienced campaigner, this man. And yeah, Mr. AZ, you have been extremely kind with regards to referring me to hitting those big sixers. Well, I can rather put it, I'm more like a love preet. You know, I like milking the bowlers around.
Yeah, even but Lovepreet still has that power game as well. Don't forget. Oh, poor delivery, but there is a long leg who can't get there. Nicely placed by Sabnani, and a good over is spoilt by a fabulous leg glance from Sabnani. So in the end, they will get that boundary with a loose ball.
Well, that ball screamed saying hit me into the boundary ropes. Loose delivery from Shabaz Ali, somebody who's very, very tight. And on that occasion, gives up a boundary. 37 done to 36 for 5.
Keshav into his 7th over. Oh, caught and bowled. The pressure was building on Taimur Ali, and yet another soft dismissal.
Well, that one was hit very hard. Keshav Sharma, well, he was in a very good position to take that catch. Just look at that replay again. Beautifully flighted. Good length delivery. And Taimur hits it straight back at the bowler. So 6-1 down now. Z Game strikers losing their way after being in a commanding position. He's gone for 21. It's 236 for 6.
So Zahid Ali, excellent all-rounder, was recently drafted into the UAE squad for the tour of Europe, of the Netherlands. Consistent performer. And he steps into that one. No second thoughts, no doubt. Flighted delivery, dispatched over extra cover. You cannot bowl that full end of the slot to Zahid Ali.
Well, that's one way to make your arrival loud and clear. First ball, Zahid Ali. As beautiful as it seems. Inside out over covers. Well, looks like he's come out with a game plan. He wants to be positive from ball 1.
And rightfully so. Dotting it around has only produced wickets. Quicker arm ball. Just got his bat down in time. It has found a pocket of space on the onside, so they'll pick up 2. And they need somebody, I dare say, to bat like that. Just to go and put some pressure back on GHK. Five wickets have been lost for 92 runs. And they have well and truly fought back into the match. Now even 300, 320 is Not looking straightforward by any means. Oh, that was in the air. Half chance for Rohan Mustafa. So he's certainly teasing him with that flighted delivery. Successful over for Keshav. 2-4-3 for 6. Shahbaz Ali bowled a very good previous over. Oh, quick single! Ran with the shot and made it in time. Zaid Ali is a super athlete.
Well, suddenly you feel that since the moment Zaid's walked out there, he's just got some momentum into the innings straight away, isn't it? You just felt earlier that things weren't moving as much. It's crucial that the GHK properties keep biting on the wickets column. The Z Game strikers will be quite wary of the fact that the batting strength that the opposition has is quite massive, to say the least. Oh, they're asking the question. The umpire lifts his finger. Yash Sabnani has to walk back to the dugout. Well, that was a loose dismissal. It was down the leg side, trying to glide that down towards fine leg, and all he manages to do is just get a feather from his glove. Very unfortunate.
Oh, that's a fabulous setup by GHK. There was a half chance previously with Sabnani, glove down the leg side for 4. This time straight into the pouch of Sagar Kalyan. And they're falling like 9 pins at the moment. 7 wickets down. Sabnani gone for 9. Well, from 150 for 1, it's 244 for 7. As Shahid Bhutta comes in at number 9. Extremely quick, right arm fast, and very useful all-rounder with the bat. But we've said that about every single Z Game player that has come and gone, Atiq.
Well, it's going sideways and pear-shaped pretty fast here, isn't it, for the Z Game strikers? At one stage, felt like they were going to get to the 350 mark easy when Ronak Panoli along with Alishan Sharafu were batting. But 7 wickets in quick succession, not helping their cause. And this is again why, Ahmed, we often say that as a top order batter, especially the top 4, when one of them gets in, they've got to make sure that they bat the 50 overs, be out there in the middle, anchor the innings. And this is what absolute superstars in the international circuit do masterfully and skillfully. You look at the likes of someone like Virat Kohli or Sachin Tendulkar. From our parts of the world, we had Kumar Sangakkara Mahela do that for over many, many years. And it's very, very important that the top 4, once they get in, they bat through and let the others around rally the team through. And if you do not do that, this is where you'll find yourself more often than not.
Oh, absolutely. The basics never really change. It's all about partnerships. It's all about crease occupation. It's all about building an innings. Oh, what a delivery. It's taken the glove. And Shahbaz Ali is on fire. Absolute ripper. And it's back to the dugout for Zahid Ali as well. That was an unplayable ball.
Well, the only way I can describe that is Shahbaz has absolutely bowled something that every fast bowler can only dream of. It was short and it also moved in the air away from the right-hander. And Zahid Ali, unfortunately, has to depart. Yeah. 245 for 8.
Danish Qureshi coming in at number 10. So we're into the tail now. Shahbaz Ali with a fiery over. And he's been the standout bowler for sure for GHK Properties. What a roaring comeback. Right on the money and well defended. Top stuff from Shahbaz Ali. What a turnaround in this match. 245 for 8. Well, now it's survival mode for Z Game strikers. Just lost their way in this middle overs passage. And Keshav Sharma with 2 wickets to his name as well. Oh, didn't know much about that one.
Well, he was fishing for it outside the off stump, wasn't he, Shahid? But what a turnaround of events here. Things have gone horribly wrong here for the men in blue. At one stage being 150 for 1 and now 245 for 8. That's a collapse of epic proportions. Well, single's not going to hurt here. But right now I believe that GHK properties, they've got to go in for the kill here, Ahmed. I'm not really sure whether if this is the right ploy, having fielders on the boundary ropes when you've got the opposition at 246 for 8. You do not want to give those easy singles. I'd rather bring them up to the circle, cut the singles out. I would not mind giving that extra boundary or two if it can give me that opportunity to pick up a wicket or two.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, to be honest. In and outfield. Leaving it well alone. That's not something you see every day. Now the slip fielder Yasir Kaleem has dropped out to 45, right on the edge of the circle. And Keshav has bowled really well. 246 for 8 as we head into power play 3.
Shahbaz Ali will continue. He's been making the ball talk of late. Brilliant double wicket. Oh, what a delivery! That one was quite nasty. It doesn't look like somebody who can trouble the batters with the pace. But Shahbaz Ali, he's a man with a bucket load of experience behind him. Not very express fast, but the lines and lengths, and he's a very thinking cricketer, a smart street cricketer. A street smart cricketer, in fact.
Yeah, you got there eventually. Well, tell you what, Atiq, whenever I've had conversations with batters all over our domestic circuit, he is one man they say they hate facing him, because he can surprise you with the kind of extra bounce he generates. Oh, there you can see why. How did that miss the stumps? Danish is a sturdy lad, but that's the ball he bowls that nips into you and kicks off the surface. No batter enjoys that kind of line and length.
And more than that, the accuracy of his bounces. He's not one of them who will either give them at around the hip length or above the head. It's more often than not targeted right at the grill. Some words been exchanged. Batters taking the opportunity to quickly steal a sip of water.
Yeah, all in good spirits. He was just asking for his health and well-being. There is no such thing as a fast bowlers union. Whenever they see each other, bumpers or block hole yorkers at the toes. There it is again. Which is funny considering it's usually the opposing batters who give the fast bowlers a rough time. But whenever they see their fellow fast bowlers come in, they start bouncing them. They should be doing that to the frontline batters.
Well, this reminds me of a very interesting story of Shoaib Akhtar and Brett Lee going up against each other. I still remember that story where, remember Bingo, as we fondly call him. Binga, in fact, yes. He talks about a story where Brett Lee, while batting, Shoaib Akhtar comes to him and says, "I'm going to kill you." And then Brett Lee says, "Dude, don't do that. I'm your friend. Why would you want to kill me?" Well, we all know Shoaib Akhtar at his peak. With that long run up, he seems like it's going to take him forever getting into the crease. We call him the Rawalpindi Express for a reason. Two of the world's fastest bowlers, Shoaib Akhtar and Brett Lee, well, weren't they some serious entertainers during their peak?
Most certainly, that was the peak of cricket, really. Oh, this is high, but it's going towards mid wicket. Will plug and land in no man's land. Well, they had a love-hate relationship, didn't they? Like you and Rizwanur Rahman. I think it's more of hate, really. But no, two superb competitors gave it their all, put it all on the line. 98, 99 miles per hour, and I remember that instance very clearly. He pointed towards his head, and then he bowled him a Yorker, which was given not out. It was missing leg, but was actually plumb. Sometimes, you know, Australian umpires. I'm sure you know very well with the run-ins the likes of Arjuna Ranatunga and Murali had with them. Oh, he was just taking evasive action there and landing in front of the long leg. 250 up, but he was certainly very uncomfortable there. 41 overs gone. Well, now those bowling figures look excellent for GHK. Good comeback spell by Wasim Akram, 2 for 40. Irfan was very good as well, 1 for 46. But Shehbaz Ali and Keshav Sharma have been brilliant. And Rohan Mustafa did his part as well. And take a look at that fall of wickets there, Atiq. 150 for 1. And now it is 250 for 8. Quite remarkable. And even though they've been gifted 21 extras by GHK, Z Games have fallen into a very bad pattern here. And the man of the moment, Wasim Akram, coming back into the attack with the old ball. We've heard that and seen that before, haven't we?
Well, most certainly, Wasim Akram, he's not had the best of starts today. Slightly expensive in his first spell. But he's got to come back stronger. He's now got an opportunity to have a crack at the tail enders. The GHK properties will want to wrap this up and wrap it up fast. They do not want to drag this through. Here we go. Look out for that in-swinging Yorker. Well, miscued again. Opportunity falls short in no man's land. Well, I think there's a clear game plan here by the GHK properties. And I think that it's been discussed and recognized that Danish Qureshi is not one who's going to be too comfortable with those short ones. And they seem to be peppering him with those.
Yeah, it makes sense. But you also need to mix it up with that wicket-taking delivery. Have to target the stumps as well. Try to bowl full or pace off maybe. It's been nothing full to the tail enders so far. But you do want to entice them to hit towards mid-off, mid-on. Try to go big. And a miscue will certainly produce a catch.
But I'm not sure of one thing is, Ahmad, is Wasim Akram, we've seen over the years, was absolutely potent when he pitches the ball up, gives that opportunity for the ball to swing into the right-hander is when he's picked up most of his wickets. But this length that he's bowling is very unorthodox or very unlike him. So I'd like him to look back at his strengths. And I feel that when he does that, because he's a natural in-swing bowler, and what makes him even better is having the ability to take the ball away as well. Now that can make him a very, very dangerous bowler to deal with. Once again, just a easier length. It was unlike the short balls that Shehbaz was bowling in the previous over. It was just around that hip length. So maybe just try something different at this stage.
Well, I think one clue you can take is from that big shoulder brace he has on his elbow, on his bowling arm. There you can see the strapping. So maybe he's just dealing with a niggle, not confident in his in-swinger. That's why trying to bowl back of good length. Slower delivery on that occasion, but you're absolutely spot on. When he first came to prominence, it was that in-swing delivery to the right-handers at good pace, 130, 135 clicks, and he was knocking over stumps at will. Maybe just the wear and tear of playing so much domestic cricket, club cricket, has caused him to maybe lose confidence in that delivery. Maybe it's travelled for runs. Oh, another nasty one. Well, Danish Qureshi is going to be black and blue when he goes home this evening. 253 on board.
$253 for 8. And Shahbaz Ali will continue. He's got 3 more overs up his sleeve. 2 wickets to get. Can he wrap it up? Oh, that's a big one. Fielder coming under. Well, the trap was set. Shahbaz Ali was continuously peppering Danish Qureshi with some bounces in the previous over. The very first ball of this one bowls a fuller one. Danish Qureshi's eyes lit up. He tries to go over mid-off, only to get the toe end of the bat, and the fielder at mid-off takes it gleefully. Danish Qureshi, after a horrid stay out there in the middle, walks back to the dugout. 9 down now, 253 on the board. Well, last man in. It is Azhar who's just walked out to bat. And it is Shahbaz Ali who's fuming through his ears with some quality fast bowling. 3 wickets to his name. The Z Game strikers have been absolutely derailed by some quality bowling here by the GHK properties. Oh, trying to go fuller, Shahbaz Ali. And then just also to take us through to the end of the innings, I've been joined here by Rizwan Rahman, who's just woken up from a deep slumber. Rizwan, welcome, my friend.
Thank you, Atiq. Not sure it was a short nap. there was definitely a quick one. Azhar walks out to the center. 150 for 1 and 253 for 9. That's exactly what happens in a longer format. The game can change anytime. Another quicker one from Shehbaz, but this time it falls in no man's land and they pick a couple of runs quite comfortably. He's cranking up the pace here, Shehbaz Ali, bowling with some G-force and velocity. Tough one for Azhar, but I think with the kind of batting lineup that GHK properties have, they're definitely short of about 50 odd runs.
Well, I feel maybe about 70-75 when you look at the kind of batting lineup that GHK property has. This is in the air. Fall short of Ron Mustafa. Directed would have been curtains. Well, the Z Games are absolutely clueless at this stage. And what we are witnessing is perhaps one of the best spells of this 49th edition of the Bukhatir League. From Shehbaz Ali. Some outstanding line and lengths, and every delivery he bowls seems like it's going to produce a wicket. Can they wrap it up? We've seen more often than not that sometimes when the tail wiggles, it can be quite frustrating, but Shehbaz Ali looks like he's on the verge of getting his fourth. Can he wrap it up in this over? Beautiful delivery. Solidly behind that Shahid. Well, they'll Z Games on the other hand, Rizwan would really hope that these two can add at least another 25-30 runs. There's plenty of time remaining, 7 overs after this.
But they certainly missed the plot there after those wickets falling at regular intervals. It's the partnerships that matter the most, and unfortunately they could not construct those partnerships, the Z Game strikers. A quick bumper yet again. He's certainly spitting fire here, Shehbaz Ali. That will bring us to the end of the over number 43. Z Game strikers 257 for 9.
So Wasim Akram has got another crack at the cherry. If he can knock these tailenders up. I want it to be full. Yes, that's what I was expecting. I just feel like, as we were having a discussion with Ahmed Khawaja earlier, Rizwan, feel that maybe with that, perhaps maybe having a niggle in that shoulder, and has dropped a couple of clicks of pace, Wasim Akram. Remember last year he was at his devastating best. He was knocking the stumps down at will. There's a real talent, this man. Played in the Abu Dhabi T10 and the ILT20 as well. Good looking shot there. Nicely flicked off the pads. A couple of runs maybe. In fact, they'll just get one. Poor running there.
With fresh legs, as you rightly mentioned, they should have taken a couple of runs. I understand it's quite hot and humid out in the at the center, but I must certainly ask you this question, Atik. There's a lot that goes behind the scenes, especially those workout sessions with your strength and conditioning coaches, and a lot of cardio exercises as well to sustain that longer format of the game. And I think, given the conditions, the temperature, the humidity, they all have done well relatively.
Well, of course, in today's day and age, professional cricketers, they have a very strict regiment when it comes to their training, fitness, and also even their nutrition as well. And these players, obviously, they do a lot of hard work behind the scenes in the gym, and also as far as their nutrition is concerned, they do require a lot of support and a lot of guidance in order to perform at this level. Yes, this is not obviously international level cricket, but with the amount, the quantity of cricket that these youngsters are playing, they certainly do need that level of fitness to safeguard themselves from injuries. Well, this is a good shot. Advancing down the pitch, a couple of bounces into the boundary ropes. That's a good stroke there by Azhar. Very positive.
It's a very good shot from Azhar. Nice way to counter attack, being the tail ender, walking down the wicket and gets the connection right. That was a very valid point mentioned by you, the dietary regime that they strictly follow. Playing a lot of domestic matches, and you in the com box hogging on some kadai. Opportunity, and it has been taken. Another short ball doing the trick for the GHK properties. They all will be relieved. That was a quicker bumper, just trying to evade that shot, Atik Nizam, and in the end he's found the fielder.
Well, it's a fall from grace, isn't it? A collapse of epic proportions here. The Z Game strikers have finally wrapped their innings for just 260 runs after being 150 for 1. They've lost 9 wickets in the span of 100 plus runs. That is something that they will not be thrilled about in this all-important semi-finals. Well, with regards to the scorecard, Alishan Sharafu provided the impetus for them early on, 84 of 62. Lovepreet Singh, 71 of 76. And then you had in the middle, Shahrukh Amin, Taimur, Aryan, Saxena trying to put in some cameos, but not sufficient enough. And the rest of them all being like a telephone number.
3 for 50 after not a great start for Wasim Akram initially, but he came back well. 1 for 46 for Irfan. Umair Ali Khan, none for 33. Shabazz picked up 3 wickets and 2 wickets for Keshav, and Rohan Mustafa wicketless today. But it's the 21 extras which could be the difference. And they were bundled out for just 264 runs in 44 overs. Right then, we will dive into a short break and we'll be back with the run chase in 30 minutes from now. Welcome back, cricket lovers. We're back at the Sharjah International Stadium for the semi-final number 2 of the 49th Bukhatir League 2025 edition. GHK Properties taking on the Z Game Strikers, winning the toss, opting to bowl first. In fact, bat first. Z Game Strikers managed to score only 264 for the loss of 10 wickets. Alishan Sharafu was rock solid at the top, 84 of 62. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa scoring 71 of 76. But in the end, Taimur and Aryan could not contribute much, and they managed to only score 264. Pick of the bowlers: 3 for 50 for Wasim Akram, 1 for 46 for Mohammad Irfan, 3 for 36 for Shehbaz, and 2 for 54 for Keshav Sharma. 21 extras in the tally, and this is going to be a good contest, I must say, as the batters of GHK Properties are taking center stage, and they've got a very solid batting lineup. They bat deep, and joining me in the comm box is Ahmed Khwaja. Ahmed, welcome back. Expected to be a good contest.
Thank you very much, Rizwanur Rahman. Yeah, disappointing performance with the bat, really, from Z Game Strikers. They were in a commanding position, but then lost their way. But runs on board in a knockout game always count for something. This man on screen, Danish Qureshi, excellent swing bowler, will need to get it right. Rohan Mustafa opening innings. Of the side, Humanj Gondal, and he certainly does pack a punch. And Rohan Mustafa, well, he needs no introduction. Class player, class act, and if he can get going, he will make it a one-sided contest. Here we go. First ball of the run chase. Bowled him. First ball, right on the money is Danish Qureshi, and GHK have been rocked early. Rohan Mustafa bowled neck and crop. First ball.
What a start for the Z Game Strikers. Ball number 1, and they have decimated the informed batter Rohan Mustafa. What a start to the innings here. And Rohan Mustafa will have to walk back for a golden duck. GHK Properties lose their first, none for 1. Yeah, look at that delivery. Beautiful and right on the money. First wicket down for GHK Properties.
So it's going to be Sagar Kalyan coming in at 3. 2 slips in place for Danish Qureshi. Lovely punch. Brilliant fielding at backward point. Shahid Bhutta, the big fast bowler of all people, putting the big dive in.
Well, he certainly saved that boundary there. That's exactly what you need when you're defending a low total on the surface. Well, a past score has been close to 290 to 300. They've managed to score 264. And what matters the most at this juncture of the game is those wickets for Z Game Strikers. And Sagar Kalyan will have to hold one end up. Humaj can bat. He usually takes the aggressor's role in the power play. Slip in place. Couple of slips, in fact. Nicely played. Straight to the fielder. They have come up with a plan, Ahmed, and they are trying to execute it.
Oh, most certainly they're going to pitch the ball up. make them drive the ball and maybe produce some outside edges. And getting Rohan Mustafa early, just playing across the line to a straight one. Feet weren't quite moving. So a lucky break that Z Games have caught in this match. Change in slip positions. Lovepreet goes out to Gully. Alishan at first slip. What a wonderful punch by Sagar Kalyan. Tall, elegant and class.
Magnificence personified. Beautiful looking shot from the blade of Sagar Kalyan. Another batter to watch out for. Waited for it, and look at that. As easy as you like. He gets off the mark with a boundary. First runs on board for the team GHK Properties.
Well, he's a man in prime form, coming off a century in the final game of the group stage. It was a match-winning effort. They were chasing a big score of 315. And Sagar Kalyan was the kingpin of that run chase. Change in the field. There is a deep cover in position now. Mohammad Azhar at deep third coming into the ring. And there is a long leg in position as well. Zishan Nasir. Certainly do have a high quality fast bowling attack. Do Z Game strikers. Even better, but there is cushion in the deep now. And I think that's a smart field setting.
Yeah, immediately Shahrukh Amin, the skipper of the Z Game Strikers, knew that he peppers that area, the offside field, especially the cover region and the extra cover region, getting that protection in place, saving a boundary for the team. And now for Humaj Gondal, they've got a deep third in place and a long leg. Humaj will be tested up against Danish Qureshi, as is cranking up the pace here at the Sharjah Stadium. Good delivery, right on the money. A good start for Z Game Strikers. 1 gone, 5 for 1.
Zishan Nasir will be sharing the new ball with Danish Qureshi. Well, in terms of fast bowling firepower, Z Games have the likes of Shahid Bhutta, Zishan Nasir, Danish Qureshi, Zahid Ali and Mohammad Azhar. So that's a very, very good bowling attack. But do they have enough runs on board? Time will tell. Oh, just a bit cautious on the back foot. But he'll be relieved to be at the non-strikers end against a quality fast bowler like Zishan Nasir.
Got off to a good start, rattled the timber while Rohan Mustafa was batting. Came as a surprise for him. But I tell you what, GHK Properties, they've got all the ingredients, they've got all the firepower, the bat deep, the bat till 11, I must say. And they just have to hunker down a little bit. What Humaj has to do is just stick around for some time, rotate the strike and let Sagar Kalyan take the lead role. Could have easily gone on to hit the timber, an inside edge, lucky escape for Humaj.
They need to be very technically sound when you're facing Zishan Nasir. He has the ability to swing the ball and nip it off the deck in both directions. Very skillful bowler. Was part of the ILT20 Dubai Capital side. Unfortunately got injured midway through the tournament. But that's the kind of quality he can boast of. Nicely turned away. Square leg will cut it off. Cannot afford to give away too many boundaries in the power play, that is for sure.
Absolutely. And what they will have a game plan in place. They will break it down into multiple phases. The team GHK properties with the likes of Sagar Kalyan, Harshit Kaushik, a lot of batting, Shehbaz Ali, Mayank Chowdhury as well. So it's a long list of batters still yet to come. Connects well, half tracker, and Humaj is certainly making a statement here. That's carved away towards the deep square leg region for a boundary.
Yeah, he's searching for that length and got in a good position. Nicely swiveled on that one. And that was always going into the fence. Not a good delivery from Zishan. Halfway down the track. So the captain, that will certainly give him a big dose of confidence. Getting that early boundary. Like you mentioned, he likes to see ball, hit ball. He's not too fussed about running between the wickets. So Zishan will need to get it right ASAP, or he will travel for runs. Outside edge flashed, and flashed quickly to third for a boundary.
Using the pace on offer there, Humaj. Width on offer, and an outside edge will fetch him a boundary. That's all going the GHK properties way at the moment, and Zishan Nasir will have to do something different, probably a changer, as you can expect. Humaj is expecting those quicker ones from Zishan Nasir, especially with the new ball on. You might have to come up with something special, something different to outplay him.
Yeah, maybe test him with a bouncer, maybe even try coming around the wicket. Once again a very good push. It's 3 boundaries on the trot for the skipper. Expensive over coming in from Zishan Nasir, and that was the pick of the bunch.
Well, he's not bogged down if the wicket is lost, and he's able to make them pay the price. Look at that shot. Elegant on that occasion from Humaj Gandal. 2 gone, 20 for 1.
Fighting fire with fire are GHK properties. Lost Rohan Mustafa first ball, no worries. Humaj Gondal, 13 of 5, 3 boundaries. Danish Qureshi has that early strike, so he'll be looking for more. Deep cover, still a slip in place. Everybody else in the circle. Flashed and taken. Excellent catch by Shahid Bhutta. Not in control of that square drive. And another big fish falls for GHK.
Well, this is a massive moment in the game. It's the big fish. Sagar Kalyan will have to depart, trying to cut loose, and in the end a very good catch at the backward point region. Second one bites the dust, and it's Shahid Bhutta who picks up a very good catch. Sagar Kalyan departs. GHK properties lose their second. 7 for Sagar, 20 for 2.
New batter coming in is the stylish Mayank Chaudhary. But it's not about style, it's about graft at the moment. For GHK, this man is on fire. Danish Qureshi, 2 wickets in 7 deliveries. Will be hunting for more. Just a bit beyond the tram lines. But Sagar Kalyan, I dare say it was a bit of a loose shot, a lazy shot.
Yeah. Probably a meter here or there could have fetched him a boundary. Should have been a little bit careful in executing that shot, Sagar Kalyan. But I tell you what, Z Game strikers are fully pumped. They've got an attacking field. This is exactly what I always say. When you got those 2 wickets, go with the flow. Getting another man in place. Oh, look at that delivery. Danish Qureshi is bowling extremely well, testing the top order of the GHK properties.
Fabulous outswinger. Such a skillful bowler. He has the ability to bend the ball in and away from the right-hander. Mayank Chaudhary was in 2 minds. Just about left it in the end. Could have easily taken that bottom glove and gone through to the wicket keeper. Once again, they've got a gully in place, very close in, and the backward point fielder is in the catching range as well. Good intent coming in from Z Games. Solidly behind that one, but equally well bowled.
Yeah, just got to take some time off there. Not in a hurry. A long way to go. 300 ball format. You can have ample amount of time on your side. Just initially introspect the conditions. Take your time. Get those 5, 7 or 10 deliveries right of the meat of the bat, and that will certainly give you the confidence. Watchfully played. Yeah, they've got to hunker down now, Ahmed. As we have discussed it numerous amount of times today, that they do have a very strong batting lineup, but in a knockout game, at the end of the day, it's all about application, and you've got to be spot on.
Most certainly, that is what the one-day format demands. Consistency from the bowlers and concentration from the batters. Or flicked towards square leg. Took a bit of a risk trying to cut the swing, but he will get off the mark. The game will ebb and flow. The momentum will continuously shift. So you need to be able to just hold your nerve and play as long as possible. Either as a bowler, if you can just build that dot ball pressure, or as a batter, if you can just occupy the crease.
Well, I would definitely want to mention about Aftab Javed, the way he's applied himself, especially in the run chase yesterday. There were wickets falling at the other end, but he stayed calm, composed, and he had the determination to get his team over the line. Another century for him yesterday, and the same has to be applied for the batters of the GHK properties. 3 overs gone, 23 for 2.
Zishan Nasir will need to bowl a better over here. He was whacked for 3 boundaries, but he'll be up against Homaj Gondal once again. We certainly know he packs a punch. Long, detailed conversation with his captain Trying to get the fielders in exactly the right position. There is a slip in place. Deep third and a long leg. Let's see if Zishan Nasir can get it right. He's certainly a better bowler than he showed in the first over. Uncultured heave. But that's the way Humaj is going to play. He's not going to die wondering.
And I think that's his natural way of playing in the top order. And I think he should not be bothered with the wickets that he's lost. This should continue. If he can continue, he can get that quick cameo, probably 40-30 odd runs off 15 deliveries at a strike rate of about 200, which will benefit the team just to make sure the run rate is intact. Mayank on the other end can afford to take a bit of time whilst Humaj is playing his shots. 265, remember, is the target. Beautifully played, width on offer, and he carves that towards the backward point region for a boundary. Mayank announces himself in style.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Fast hands. It was short and wide. And he just undercut the ball to clear the point fielder. He is very strong in that region. You do not want to bowl in that area to Mayank Chaudhary. And he's been in brilliant form as well. You and I both witnessed how well he played for Fujairah as captain in the recently concluded Emirates D10 right here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Oh, lovely. Overpitched and driven to the fence.
Using the half volley to his advantage is Mayank. 2 back-to-back boundaries. And GHK properties are looking absolutely magnificent.
He made it look so easy. Anticipated the fuller length. And no chance for that catching shot extra. It was past him in a flash. So even though they have picked up early wickets, they're leaking too many boundaries. Especially Zishan Nasir. His bowling figures have taken a bit of a pasting already. And when you're just defending 260 odd, a big power play, even 60 odd runs, makes it very easy. Inside edge. Change of pace on that occasion. So trying something new.
The hand-eye coordination of Mayank is quite impressive. We've seen the bat speed as well on the previous occasion, getting that boundary. He's a class player and has to stay there at least for another 15-20 overs. Well, they're getting those runs quite comfortably, especially in the power play. Z Game striker scored about 82 odd runs in the first power play. GHK, despite losing those 2 wickets, are looking optimistic. Brilliant fielding by Danish Qureshi at the point region. Hot and humid conditions, and especially under the lights, the ball certainly comes onto the bat quite comfortably. And Mayank is another batter who loves that pace on offer. They have a strong pace battery. Zishan Nasir, Danish, Zahid Ali, Shahid Butta wavered down the leg side. That should have been stopped. Freebies on offer from the Z Game strikers.
Yeah, well, he's all over the shop at the moment, Zishan Nasir. Attempted in dipper, gone all wrong. Went wide on the crease. And yeah, that's not a good take from Yash Sabnani. Should have stopped that one. He got there. And despite losing 2 early wickets, they're going at above 9 runs per over. So the counter punch is shifting the momentum once more. I think Zishan may need to be pulled from the attack here if he continues like this. Slower delivery, but couldn't get it past the offside ring. Another good over for GHK, 37 for 2. Can Danish Qureshi strike once more? I think it's the first time Homaj Gondal is going to be facing him, or for a relatively consistent period. He picked up a single early, I believe, against him. Oh, beautifully bowled. Just fizzing past that outside edge.
Just given away those 8 runs and picked up 2 wickets. And Zishan Nasir on the other end has been expensive. 15 in the first over, 14 in the second. I would expect a change in the bowling for sure. Ahmed, I can see Alishan Sharafu rolling his arm over, but I would love to have him bowl outside the power play, as he bowls with that military medium pace. Watchfully defended on that occasion by Homaj.
Good to see that he can play the defensive shots when required. And that's intelligent. When a bowler is on song, swinging the ball, just see him off. He's not going to bowl a very long spell. Maybe 4 or 5 overs at best. So just preserve your wicket. Just need 5 runs per over. Oh, is there an edge on that one? Yes, there is. Danish Qureshi, the man of the moment for Z Games.
We're expecting that to happen in this over. Skipper not happy. He's thrown away his willow. You've got to respect the umpire. Well, it's all happening.
Yeah, I think there is bat involved though. And when he saw the dreaded digit, he was dejected. He'll have to head back. And 3 wickets lost in the power play for GHK Properties. 37 for 3 now. He looks quite grumpy and quite frustrated. Gone for 15. Well, another outstanding player coming in at number 5. Truly is a superstar lineup for GHK Properties. Yasir Kaleem, one of the most brilliant wicketkeeper batters we have in the UAE. But this man is on fire. Danish Qureshi, what a spell. 3 for 8 in 2.3 overs. Catching gully and a slip. And that's his bread and butter. That backward punch through the covers. He's so strong on the offside. And Danish Qureshi will certainly test him.
Extra cover region, deep point region. That's exactly what he would be targeting. He's known for those lusty blows, explosive ones, I must say, towards the offside, Yasir Kaleem. But he's got to hunker down, take his time, play it like a one-day format, not the shortest format. Watchfully played by Mayank. Very well fielded. They all are pumped. The young team of the Z Game strikers, they're well-knit unit and they're playing as one team, which is what I like about this team.
Oh, absolutely. Wholehearted effort coming in from the entire squad. That's the value of young legs You have that optimism, you have that self-belief, you have that positivity. And the key was this man taking early wickets to get their hopes up. Crashing drive again, but there is a deep point. Another successful over for Z Games. They are well and truly in the contest. 39 for 3. Well, it was on the cards. Zishan Nasir was not bowling well. Zahid Ali coming on to bowl a very fine all-rounder indeed, Rizwan.
Oh, absolutely. Well, he scored a lot of runs also in this tournament. Has been part of the UAE international setup. Didn't get to play. He certainly packs a punch. A good delivery. Aiming that often middle stump channel. Two quality batters out in the middle. They will certainly have a long conversation on how to strategize themselves in this run chase. They've got to break it down in phases and approach it accordingly.
Let's see what Yasir Kaleem has in store for him. Conservative field, everybody on the edge of the offside ring, apart from the slip fielder. Oh, well bowled, targeting that front pad. If there is any slight weak point, I dare say, about Yasir Kaleem's batting, he doesn't like when the ball is on the body. He likes to smack it through the offside. He's really improved his onside play, but it's certainly not as good as his offside game.
On contrary, we have Atiq Nizam who loves to play on the onside. Well, yeah, you made a very valid point. Loves that offside play. Yasir Kaleem. Huge appeal, but definitely drifting down the leg side. Or would be an inside edge as well. Zahid Ali bowling with a lot of intensity. They all are pumped up. I do want to make a mention about one more important thing. We have seen the batting of the Z Game strikers. The bowling so far has been good. They've already picked up 3 wickets. But what also matters the most is the fielding, and especially the wicket keeping also matters a lot. Behind the stumps, it is your responsibility to save those extras. You have those bowlers taking those long strides and coming from a long end to bowl. At times you tend to miss out on your line and length. As a keeper, you have to be on your A game, ensuring you don't give away those extras. And Yash will have a huge responsibility on his shoulders today, and didn't contribute much with the bat, but he can certainly do it behind the stumps for the team.
Yeah, they have to save every run where they can. 21 extras were given by GHK Properties. They certainly need to be at least, maybe at best, 1/4 of that. Not anything more. They're defending a below par score. Looking for that big pull shot. Just a bit of a miscue. Zahid Ali, like we were mentioning earlier, he's been outstanding on the UAE domestic circuit the last 9 to 10 months. Was a key performer for Fujairah when they did the triple crown, winning all 3 D series titles, D10, D20 and D50. Hence he got that call up to the UAE national team. And that's what we want to see. Domestic performers being recognized and getting the opportunity to play international cricket. Very tidy over. Only 1 run conceded. 40 for 3. Danish Qureshi into his 4th over. Slip and a gully still in place. And there you can see Mayank trying to play him as straight as possible. And that's the right approach.
Oh yes, you cannot afford to play across the line, and Mayank definitely will take that onus and responsibility on his shoulders alongside Yasir Khalim. He's got all the experience, has played a lot of cricket back home in India. Mayank Chaudhary just has to stay out there. As long as he can stay out there with wickets in hand, GHK properties will certainly fancy themselves in this contest. Oh, look at that shot. He knew where the field was placed and he comfortably carves it towards the deep third region for a boundary.
Well, I'm not sure Rizwanur Rahman, it was deliberate, but he adjusted well to get it up and over the slip cordon. Streaky boundary, but I'm sure Mayank could care less. Just getting that extra lift off the surface, Danish. And because of that deep point, they don't have anybody at third. And you can see Zahid Ali has got the towel out early, so ominous signs if the dew has arrived. It is about quite late in the evening now. Usually the dew arrives around 8:39 p.m. so it's 9:45. So if there is dew, this is the ideal time for it to be here.
Oh, absolutely, and it'll make life difficult for the bowlers, Z game strikers. First phase of power play so far, it has been a mixed bag. 3 wickets for Z game strikers and 44 runs for the GHK properties. Danish bowling extremely well. Yeah, played off the back foot, straight to the fielder, no damage done. Slowly and steadily, they're growing in confidence, building up that partnership. And Yasir Khalim also loves the longer format of the game.
Oh, he's a complete player. Seeing him for many seasons now. He's one of those unlucky players who didn't get the nod for the UAE, especially as a hard-hitting wicket-keeper batter. I think at times in the past he would have been the ideal man. Really hard-hitting. Can bat anywhere from 1 to 6. Very good wicket-keeper as well. That one zipping through, caught him by surprise. Just a required run rate of 5.1. And with the kind of firepower still to come for GHK, you've got Mohit Kalyan, Harshit Kaushik as well. Keshav Sharma can certainly bat as well. Umair Ali Khan, key all-rounder. So they certainly have plenty of batting still to come.
Yeah, they certainly do. Whilst they have that batting depth, it's all about the partnerships. Good delivery straight to the fielder. 7 gone. GHK properties are 44 for 3.
Three overs of fielding restrictions remaining. Even Stevens, I dare say, at this stage. Another wicket here could make it really interesting. Defending 260 odd are Z Game strikers, but they've got the early wickets to balance the contest. Nicely bowled once again from Zaid Ali. He's just honing in on the stumps against Yasir Kaleem. Change in the com box as Rizwan takes a well-deserved break. And welcome back, Atiq Nizam.
Well, thank you very much, Ahmed Khawaja. Good evening back to all our viewers. Well, what a fight we are witnessing here. When we just about thought it was going to be a one-way traffic, the men in blue have certainly put their hands up and said that we are not gonna let this go by without a fight. 3 top guns back in the dugout. Oh, beats that outside edge, and has he found the gap? This outfield is like a billiards table. The moment he beats the 30-yard circle, you certainly will get full value for shots. Yasir Kaleem gets his first boundary.
What timing on that? Wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball. And the cover point fielder will be disappointed he didn't get there. So Yasir Kaleem gets his first boundary. But that shouldn't discourage Zahid Ali. He was reaching for the ball. And you have a slip and gully in a catching position. So if one just moves decks away, Alishan Sharafu will certainly be in the game. Now just asking Alishan to move wider towards gully from the fly slip position. There is a short put wicket in a catching position as well. Solid punch. Great balance when he's driving through the offside.
Yeah, looking good out here, Yasir Kaleem in his short stay so far. Mayank Chaudhary looking quite solid. He's got a start. He's got to go on. Oh, that came in very well bowled. Yasir Kaleem watchfully played behind it. Not much of foot movement, but what he did right there was he was solidly behind it with a straight bat. Zaid Ali, he can certainly bend his back. He can get the movement into the right hander. He's quite a handful, this man. They've got a very good bowling attack down there, the GHK properties. Got 2 of the quickest. In fact, I mean the Z Game strikers. Oh, good delivery once again, straight to the fielder this time. So this over, apart from that boundary, has come back quite well, Zaid.
Yeah, in fact, they haven't utilized their quickest bowler, Shahid Bhutta, so far. Shahid Bhutta was part of the Abu Dhabi Knight Riders team in ILT20 Season 3. Bowled really well, in fact. Was bowling at a rapid pace. I remember he was clocked at 142 kph in one game. So he can certainly create a lot of havoc in the middle when he gets it right. Down the leg side, but couldn't maximize it. 48 for 3. Well, interesting bowling change in the power play itself. We're going to see some spin. Mohammad Azhar, he's been in wonderful wicket-taking form in this Bukhatir League, picking up a player of the match performance in the group stage. Two right-handers at the crease, so he will be in the game. They have a deep square leg and a long off in position for Mayank Chaudhary, catching short extra and mid wicket along with the slip. And that's what he's going to do, tempt them to drive on the offside, packed offside ring. Very intelligent, experienced bowler. A lovely use of the feet. Mayank Chaudhary on the move. And like you mentioned, he is looking good. Another lad who's been in the reckoning for the UAE national team. Was part of the UAE squad for the ACC Emerging Asia Cup. The way he's performed this season, maybe a national team call-up is beckoning. Oh, that's a very poor delivery and a hard sweep to raise the 50 for GHK.
Well, that was a poor delivery by Azhar. That was boundary written all over it. Down the leg side. And Yasir Karim is too good a batter to miss out on that. Great bat speed there. And there's plenty of gaps in that region. Good comeback here by Azhar. Always can give you a world of confidence with a clean strike like that. Well, this man is a very, very good left arm spinner, Azhar. See him pick up bucket load of wickets here in the UAE domestic. Oh, very nearly chopping onto the stumps. Well, is that the end of the over? It is the end of the over. So 7 runs coming off Azhar's first. 9 done. It's 55 for 3.
Well, this will be an interesting tussle. I think Mayank Chaudhary has not faced Zahid Ali at all in the last 2 overs. It was mainly to Yasir Kaleem. So something new for him to contend with. The slip cordon is emptied though for the final over of power play 1. And these two were teammates for Fujairah in the recently concluded D series. So I'm sure he knows all about Zahid Ali's strength and weaknesses. And likewise for Mayank Chaudhary, Zahid Ali will know how to bowl to him.
Well, it always helps, isn't it, when you especially train with your ex-teammates or a member you've played a lot of cricket with together in the same dressing room. You tend to face them a lot in the nets. That's a good shot. That's a beautiful shot. Oh man, that was, for me, the shot of the day. Straight as an arrow. Beautiful follow through with the bat there by Mayank Chaudhary.
Yeah, over pitch delivery. And it was on that driving length. And what he did really well, he didn't try to flick it towards the onside. Just played it dead straight. He's played a few fabulous shots already, Mayank Chaudhary. Mixing it up there. Good battle going on. That was the off-cutter delivery. Maybe trying to get him to miss time one in the air. What do you reckon at the state of play at the moment, at the end of this first power play?
Well, I'd be happier to be on the Z Games camp at this stage. Picking up 3 of the top guns, Sagar Kalyan and Rohan Mustafa, I'd say that is a huge dent in the confidence of the men in green. But in this format, it is still plenty of time remaining, 40 overs remaining after this. So if the GHK properties can certainly dig deep, get a partnership going, these two, Mayank and Yasir Kalyan, certainly quite capable. They've still got batters yet to come. Mohit Kalyan yet to come in. He's one of the technically correct batters. Mohit opened the batting in the Emirates D50 tournament that was concluded recently. Scored a lot of runs there. Quite surprised that he was not slotted in to come up the order. Oh, gets an edge. Just wide of the diving wicket keeper. That could have very nearly been number 4.
Well, it was our co-coms Rizwan who made the point that Yash Sabnani will have a big role to play with the gloves in hand. That should have been taken. Fair enough, it wasn't an easy catch, but at this level, against this quality of opposition, you need to be snaffling those. And that's a chance gone begging. Mayank Chaudhary dropped on 21. How costly will that prove to be? You have to feel for Zahid Ali. He's been bowling really well. Great attacking lines. But when the chance was created, it was grasped. Frustration for the bowler. Now there's a slip fielder, Alishan, coming back in the cordon. But the chance has gone begging. Zahid Ali airing his frustration to the skipper, Shahrukh Amin at mid-off. An unenviable task to be bowling fast in this summer evening heat. A good looking push again. So at the end of first power play, 64 for 3 are GHK in the pursuit of 65, pardon me. So end of the first power play. Zishan Nasir coming back with some cushion on the boundary ropes. Certainly is a much better bowler than his figures suggest. So can he make a comeback into this game? Long leg, deep cover, deep third and a square leg in position. So the onus on him is to bowl back of good length. Nothing too full. But not on the body. And Lovepreet will get around to it. But once again, he's just struggling with his consistency and his lines.
Well, he's had an off day, hasn't he, Zishan? He's gone for almost 15 runs and over in his spell so far. $65 for 3. Another 200 runs required for victory. Certainly does seem like it's a mountain to climb at this stage. Watch that through to the wicket keeper there, Yasir. Well, they've got to break the score down, isn't it? Smaller targets. Just initially try to get to that 20 over mark without losing any further wickets. And if they can go at around 5 runs and over, which would just keep it around that required rate, they would get another 50 runs. They'll get to that 110, 115 run mark. And then reassess. It's a crucial do or die game here.
Nothing going the way of Zishan at the moment. Even this bumper being called a wide. He's cutting a frustrated figure at the moment. They only took 1 over from Mohammad Azhar in the power play. I don't think it was a bad ploy to check if there's anything on offer for the spinners. But the outfield, you can see, is starting to look a bit choppy. Maybe the dew as well and truly settled in now. Better delivery. That's the line you want to bowl to Yasir Kaleem. Just get that ball nipping in and finishing around midland leg. If you offer him width outside off, he'll crash you to the boundary time and again.
Well, Izzy, question time. Yesterday, we did witness someone like an Ibrahim Masood who was an X-factor. Who do you see someone like that who can keep picking up wickets in the middle overs here for the Z Games? Shahid Butta perhaps, but I'm not really sure why he's been held up for so long.
Yeah, you make an excellent point. Who is that match-winning bowler for Z Game strikers? Danish Qureshi has set the stage. He did what he could with the new ball. But you need that follow-up in this overs 11 to 40 phase. They don't really have a frontline wrist spinner of that caliber. Nobody really does. The way Ibrahim Masood has been bowling in this Bukhatir League. Nicely pulled away and good fielding. Taimur Ali. That ball was travelling quickly. So they have a very fast bowler heavy bowling lineup. But that name that you mentioned, Shahid Butta, I think it's high time he came into the game.
Well, when you have a bowler who can touch 140 clicks, I'm not really sure what's the point in holding him back. Might as well bring him in with the new ball, up the order, create some havoc. Yes, no excuses as far as what the current opening pair have done. They've done really well picking up 3 of the top order batters. But maybe would have been a good choice to bring him in a little early. Especially, I think, with Zishan Nasir struggling, maybe from the other end, maybe a good time to bring him in. 11 done, 67 for 3.
He was easily clocking 130.
partnership up to 30 runs. So it's been a good pairing here for GHK. Oh, flashed hard. That's what Yasir Kaleem is looking for. That is the first wideish delivery Zahid Ali has bowled to him, and immediately he was looking to cash in.
Yeah, his eyes lit up the moment he saw that shot and wide. It was a bit too fine. He'd like to have got it a bit squarer. He would have certainly got a boundary. Plenty of runs in offer here at this venue. Oh, good delivery. No ball called by the umpire. Well, a cardinal sin. He's overstepped. And now he's given a free hit to the batters.
Well, it was a rapid, hard length delivery. Just over exerting on the popping crease there, Zahid Ali. So free hit for Yasir Kaleem. He'd gladly take it. And of course, we've spoken about this iconic venue, world record holding venue. That is the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. We've all had memories, fond memories of watching the best in the business play here. The likes of Sachin Tendulkar, Sana Jayasuriya, Inzamamul Haq comes to mind as well. Shoaib Akhtar, Wasim Akram. I want to remind you of one very famous game. It involved Sri Lanka and Pakistan. Oh, he's punched it, but there is a long off in position. Only going to be one. Do you remember that match when Abdul Razak tied the game? When Sri Lanka needed only about 50 runs to win with 8 wickets in hand. And in the end, he tied the game 196 all out. That was a very special memory. I can see a tear developing in your eye.
Oh yes, absolutely. I remember, if I was not mistaken, he picked up 5 or 6 wickets in that game. Abdur Razzaq. Well, what a player he was. What an all-rounder to have on your team. Nicely flicked. Might get a couple of runs there. Good looking shot there by Mayank Chowdhury. And well, yeah, in that game I still remember, remember the top order, I think it was Sanath and Marwan who did get a good start, and then the middle order just had an epic collapse. We were just in the process of marching towards victory when Abdur Razzaq came in, and he completely shifted the momentum. And then that was perhaps one of the best features of fast bowling, medium fast bowling with some proper swing that I've witnessed. Obviously, unfortunately, being in the receiving end was not a pleasurable experience.
I can tell you exactly when the game changed in that encounter. It was Aravinda De Silva trying to pull a foolish delivery and got bowled. And then, yes, Abdur Razzaq getting that reverse swing, in-dippers into the right-handers. Truly a heroic spell. This venue has so many memories for so many nations. Truly one of the iconic cricket grounds in the world. When you talk about the Sinhalese Sports Club, when you talk about Eden Gardens, when you talk about MCG, when you talk about Lords, you also have to speak about Sharjah. It's exactly right up there in terms of historic, iconic cricketing grounds in the world.
Well, you're absolutely spot on there. But the difference in all of these grounds, in all the names that you just mentioned, Ahmed, are all venues that are based in test playing nations. At Sharjah, there was something different. In spite of UAE not being a fully fledged nation, Yes, with now, of course, you have a lot of talent coming through, but you're talking about the early 2000s, 1990s. Oh, that's a good delivery. Beautiful delivery. Mayank Chaudhary has to depart. What a delivery that was. Zahid has bowled an absolute jaffa.
Well, that just kicked off a good length and completely took Mayank Chaudhary by surprise, bending his back and getting that crucial wicket to break this 36-run partnership. And that has changed the game. Look at that one, banged in short, tried to ride the bounce, feather edge to the keeper, and Yash makes no mistake. Mayank, you got a good one. Absolutely no replies. Game on here, 73 for 4. Well, Zishan Nasir, can you provide the follow-up here? 4 wickets down are GHK. Zahid Ali with a dream delivery to get rid of Mayank Chaudhary. Mohit Kalyan new to the crease. They have a lot of depth in their batting, but that depth is certainly being tested in the second semi-final of the 49th Bukhatir League. What a wicket, what a ball that was from Zahid Ali.
Well, unlucky there. Mayank Chaudhary, he probably has received the best delivery from this innings, and look at that, that was nasty. Nothing much that you could do as a batter. You can be the best of the best in the business, but that one was literally unplayable. Should be extremely unlucky to receive a delivery like that. It's very similar to maybe receiving an unplayable Yorker and then swinging Yorker first up.
And mind you, to get that kind of bounce on this wicket, it's a pretty placid deck. That just shows how much effort Zahid Ali is putting into his bowling. Rightly rewarded for his consistency. Mohit Kalyan. In any other team, he would be a genuine opener. But so stacked and full of superstars is this GHK side. He's having to come in at 6.
Well, that's exactly what I've been talking about. We saw him score a lot of runs in the D50. Mohit Kalyan, one of the most beautiful and technically correct batters I've seen. He's a pleasure to watch when he gets going. Look at that. Very nice. Oh, what happened there? They neither touched the ball and he took a tumble. But, well, Ahmed, just getting back to the fact of the matter in which the GHK properties have a lot of depth in their batting. We're talking about all the way down to number 9. They've got batters, so it's not over, as the Z Game strikers have got to keep chipping the wickets. Look at that for a stroke. Beautiful looking shot. Square drive for a single.
Yeah, that was hit with some power. Yasir Khalimi has very powerful forearms, big biceps bulging out of his shirt. And because he had his foundation laid playing back home in India on matting wickets, that's why he developed that technique of scoring square of the wicket. Add to that his natural strength. That's why he's so solid on the offside. Oh, what a ripper! And lands in no man's land towards gully. Very lucky escape for Mohit Kalyan. And Zishan Naseed is absolutely dejected. What a delivery, a snorter. And he's lucky to survive. 76 for 4. Well, Zahid Ali is bowling an inspired spell here. Don't go on those 20 runs. He's deserved much more than 1 wicket. Can they get Yasir Khalimi here? Beautifully bowled once again. And we are still mystified to see where is Mr. Shahid Bhutta.
I'm not sure what is running in the minds of Shahrukh Amin, the captain, holding back his spearhead, to say the least. But the one thing that I cannot beg to differ is the fact here, Ahmed Khawaja, is even in the first innings we did witness that the bouncer seems to be causing a lot of trouble for the batters, isn't it? Do you think there's perhaps something to do with the surface, or do you think that the bowlers out there have been so skillful they managed to hit that line and that length to perfection?
Well, you pose a very good question. I think it's a bit of both. The skill of the bowlers and maybe slightly too paced nature of the wicket. We've seen some balls really zip through unexpectedly, catching the batters off guard. Got tangled up there, but it's gone fine. Danish Qureshi putting the hard yards in. And good running between the wickets. Making sure Mohit Kalyan came through for 2. So I think it's a bit of both, really, I think.
Well, certainly has been, because throughout the day I think that bounce has been the go-to delivery for most of the fast bowlers in order to extract some perches off the surface, and it's worked in their favour throughout the game today. I'd like to see them use that more often, perhaps get a bit more cover towards the cow corner, and they can always, I think it will not be a bad ploy if they can bring the sweeper cover up into the circle and keep that short length towards that body line, and then perhaps place a fielder in the deep mid-wicket cow corner region and try and attack that line, make the batters create a mistake. See, that is what I've been talking about.
I think it's fair enough to do that from Mohit Kalyan because he's new at the crease. Yasir Kaleem has been out there for quite a while now, so I would like that cushion on the offside because he's so strong in that region. Will put you away for boundaries if he can pierce that offside ring. But for Mohit, I completely agree. Maybe even have a short leg in position. Ask that mid-wicket fielder to come in with the lid on, just to be in the eye line of the batter. Keep them honest, keep them guessing. Oh, nicely put away. Splits the gap and finds the fence.
That's the way you got to play that. Get inside the line of the ball. Just make sure that you've got your head position right. Swivel across. And just get enough bat. Rely on your placement. Rely on your timing. And you will get full value for shots. There was a fielder at deep fine leg. There was also one at deep square. And Yasir Kalyan found the gap to perfection. Yasir Kaleem, in fact. I beg your pardon, it's been a long day, hasn't it? Well, last ball of the over coming up. Well, once again he goes through that region. This time the fine leg cuts it off. A single to end the over. It's been a good one for the GHK properties. It's 14 done. It's 80. 3 for 4. Good delivery. Zishan Nasir continuing. He's had an expensive spell. And we're yet to see Shahid Butta. Not sure exactly what his plans right now. The captain Shahrukh Amin. Or what the reason is for holding back Shahid. But Yasir Kaleem now 20 of 32 balls. Mohit Kalyan just having walked out to bat. Oh, good shot. Straight to the fielder at sweeper cover. A bit of a fumble. Will not give them an extra run. But that was hit with some pace and some timing. Well, to take us through to the next few overs, I've been joined here in the com box by Rizwanur Rahman, who looks as fresh and as hearty as ever. Rizwan, welcome my friend. Hope you've had a good meal.
Thank you very much, Atiq. Indeed, a very good meal in the com box. And Zishan Nasir, unlucky today, has been expensive, but I tell you what, he's come back really well after those expensive first couple of overs. Cranking up the pace really well. Shy at the stumps, where the batter reaches just in time. Well, the plan will be very simple, Atiq, from here on. Yasir has been there for a decent amount of time, 21 of 33 for him. Mohit is still relatively new. Zahid is bowling exceptionally well. Zishan is cranking up the pace. You did mention about Shahid Butta. Maybe he's carrying a niggle. I'm not too sure as yet. But what they will have to target is Mohit Kalyan. Relatively new at the crease. And if they can attack and pick up a wicket, they'll have half of the team back in the dugout. But Yasir Kaleem is looking rock solid out at the centre.
Well, here Mohit Kalyan is one of those batters. Before you even realize, you see him spend some time out there in the middle, about 20-25 minutes, and before you realize, he'll be like around score about 20-25 runs of about a run a ball without you realizing it. He's one of those accumulators who'll just about go through his game before you realize he's got a half century. So it's crucial that they get his wicket. And also Yasir Kaleem, plenty of batters yet to come in after this. Harshit Kaushik, the left-hander, who's been in a predominantly a very, very good touch of late. In the last couple of seasons as well, he's been a prolific run scorer. And Zishan Nasir seems to be struggling, isn't it? Maybe some bit of heat. But he's a fighter, these players. And he's ready to go. Good delivery. Gets the top edge. Goes down to the fine leg region. Well, this is again, I'd say, very unlucky. It was a good delivery, but penalised.
Unlucky for Zishan Nasir. Yasir Kaleem cashing on that top edge, racing away towards the boundary ropes. 15-1, 89 for 4.
Zaid Ali continues. He's gone at 5 runs and over, 1 for 25. He's got 5 more overs remaining in his spell. He's bowled very well. Extended spell for him. Mohit Kalyan once again. Beautiful looking flick. Some Kamadari between Mohit and Zahid. 90 for 4 is one. Run rate. They're going at a decent one here. 6 runs and over. Required rate is exactly 5. The run rate is not an issue at this stage. It's the wickets column, isn't it? 4 wickets back in the dugout inside the 15 overs. Partnership absolutely required at this stage. And look at that for a drive. Perfect timing. Get another couple. Easy couple there for Yasir Khalim. Looking good out there.
Quite tough conditions. We've seen Zishan Nasir earlier on was clearly struggling, and I think those extended spells have been a cause of concern for the bowlers. Good delivery, right on the money. So it's the weather conditions as well, Atiq, and I think as a skipper you need to marshal your troops. You need to give them those required breaks. At the same time, make sure you're well and truly in control of the game.
Well, absolutely. $92 for 4. 173 runs required. Seems like a mountain to climb at this stage. Good delivery. Testing the batters once again with that short length. Yasir Khalim this time letting the ball through. These two have put on 19 together after being 73 for 4. It's absolutely crucial that they get a partnership going. Pulled in front of square. What a shot. Magnificent strike there by Yasir Khalim. That one was stamping his authority.
Certainly feeling the heat now. Zaid Ali, quicker bumper, but in his radar it was, and Yasir Khalim pounces on it quite comfortably. And I reckon from here on, Atiq, they should probably bring in either Shahid Butta or spin in operation. Probably Ronak Panoli can bowl as well. Good delivery, that will be a wide. Zaid Ali not happy with that, but it was way above Yasir Khalim. 1 for the over as well. So 169 required of 205. It's all about staying at the crease and stitching up that partnership. It's not too far away, but only concern is the wickets column. They've lost 4 wickets, and especially when you have Rohan back in the dugout for a golden duck, there's a lot of pressure, especially for the middle order batters. And Yasir Khalim so far has been really good. 16 gone, 97 for 4. change in plan, and rightly so. They've introduced Azhar into the attack. Just bowled that 1 over in the power play, gave away 7 runs. A left arm spinner does have the ability to pick up wickets. Oh, good delivery. Just be a single. We've seen him at the ICC events, quite impressive with the ball. Azhar in a knockout match. Can he be the hero for the team Z Game strikers? Yasir has no issues whatsoever up against spin. Quite a very good player against the spin. The required run rate under 5 runs and over. Good delivery. Just a single. I was just trying to heave that towards the onside.
Well, I just feel that they're trying to force the matter onto Azhar. They just have to keep rotating the strike. They're going at a good rate. Required rate below 5 runs and over. That's more like it. Just fall short of the fielder. Did that carry to him? The replay will say if that was a drop or if that bounced in front of him. Let's have a look at that replay again. Oh, it did carry. It did carry. That was a chance. And that was Lovepreet Singh dropping Mohit Kalyan. How costly is that going to be here? Azhar providing the opportunity, and especially when you're in a do or die game like this, you have to take every single chance that come your way.
Well, he should not be going aerial if he has to take my advice. Stay there. Get those runs along the carpet. There's no need for you to go aerial. An opportunity provided, put down, and Kalyan picking up a boundary towards the backward point region. Well, that will definitely give him a world of confidence.
Well, if you can play strokes like that, why take undue risk? That's as safe as it sounds. Right along the ground, relying on picture perfect placement. Mohit threaded the field to perfection. He's got to re-bowl that now, Azhar. That's the pressure of the boundary. Was not a bad delivery, let me tell you there. Azhar, the previous ball which was hit for a boundary, was on good length, but that's the quality of this man, Mohit Kalyan, who's very technically sound, and he just managed to quickly rock back onto the back foot. And now he goes down the ground, showing us his full repertoire of strokes. Who said that he cannot go for big ones? Mohit Kalyan smashes one down the ground over mid-on.
Well, he certainly can score big, but referring to the context of the game, but the one in the slot that is meant to be punished, and it has been punished. 17 gone, 1-1-0 for 4.
Well, there we go. The prayers of Rizwanur Rahman and AZ Khawaja have finally been answered. Shahid Butta finally comes into the attack. It's taken some time, 17 overs, and well, better late than never. But the last over was an expensive one. Azhar going for plenty against Mohit Kalyan. 1-1 over 4. Can Shahid Butta get a couple of breakthroughs here? Well, Wayward asking the question, maybe got some pad. Flipped the cover of the pad on the way to the wicket keeper, because there was no wide being called by the umpire as well.
Yeah, animated appeal from Shahid Butta. Yasir Kaleem and Shahid have played a lot of cricket together. I think he's doing well. There's a plan in place, Atiq, and the skipper Shahrukh Amin is trying to certainly execute them. Could be a reason why he's held back for such a long time. Tall, lanky, fast bowler. Good delivery yet again. Hitting the deck really, really hard, and in those good length areas.
Well, we just did hear our co-commentator Izzy Khawaja saying earlier that this man has touched 142 clicks. In the ILT20. So he's certainly somebody who can generate some gas with the ball. Seems to have got some strap done to his knees. Being a fast bowler, especially when you do generate a lot of pace, there's a lot of force being exerted on the knees and on the hips. Good delivery there. He seems to be having some good form into his run up as he approaches the wicket. Very nice action, uncomplicated, good jump at the crease, and then hits the deck hard. Good tall fast bowler, always an advantage when you have the height to generate that extra bit of bounce. Shahid Butta has all the ingredients. Look at that. That extra bit of bounce beats the batter.
And it's those release points as well, Atiq. Just to add to what you've just mentioned, he's able to generate that pace with that jump, and as well as the release points as well. We've seen when he's bowling, he's got multiple release points, and watch out for his slow ones as well. When you're cranking up that pace, you're anticipating the ball to zip through, and you are coming up with a surprise delivery. It could be a wicket-taking delivery. It's been brilliant so far, Shahid Butta. And he closes out the over with a maiden. No wonder why Atiq Nizam was behind this case. 18 gone, 110 for 4. Expensive in the previous over, Azhar. That maximum and a boundary of the blade of Mohit Kalyan. But despite that, Shahrukh Amin does believe that he's got that ability and tendency to produce wickets. That was a good delivery. Well, it's all about wickets for Z game strikers, and it's all about partnerships, milking those singles and doubles, getting those odd boundaries. And I think he's done well. I mean, despite it was a maiden over, They're not bogged down with it. They look cool as cucumber, both the batters, and that's exactly what is required at this stage. Still plenty of batting to come. We did speak about it right from the beginning of the match. We've already seen 4 wickets down. And Ronak Panoli, unlucky today, just scored 1 run. But he's one such player, an athlete who can contribute in the field.
Yeah, you're making a very good point there. He certainly has to be brought to the attack as well, because even I've too witnessed Ronak Panoli bowl some match-winning spells with the ball. That's a good shot again. Fielder in the deep will cut it off. Mohit Kalyan. Well, he seems to be enjoying this contest. The challenge with the left-arm spinner. He's usually very strong on the offside. Mind you, there was a catch being dropped in the last over of Mohit Kalyan. A simple sitter at covers will certainly be playing in the minds of Azhar. Better come back. Feel that Mohit is more comfortable against the left arm spinner. But Azhar has gone for a few runs in his spell so far.
Well, not much of turn on offer for sure. And Yasir Kaleem, as we all know, quite strong towards the offside. Yet again, with a little bit of width on offer, picks up a boundary.
Well, I thought there was just a single on that occasion, but the timing on that was absolutely impeccable. The ball just sped along the carpet like a tracer bullet. The fielder in the deep had no chance whatsoever. Yasir Kaleem quietly has moved on to 37 now of 51. He's looking good out there, isn't it? This partnership is beginning to threaten for the men in blue. 45 run stand as these two are now steadying the ship in what promises to be a cracker of a finish as we get towards the second half. He's got to re-bowl that Azhar. Feel that he's struggling with a bit of confidence now, Azhar, after that onslaught in the previous over and this. Last ball of his third over. Straight to the fielder. Dot ball to end it. 19 done. It's 119 for 4. So Shahid Butta will continue. Maiden of the first over. Or down the leg side. First runs of it so far is gonna come back for a second. Will he? No, he won't. So just a single. Mohit will be quite disappointed he didn't put that away. Certainly there was a gap in between the deep fine leg and deep square. So 120 for 4. 145 more runs required. They need a wicket here right now, Rizwan.
Almost certainly they need a wicket. Shahid Butta. Is it the wild card? Waver down the leg side yet again. Just missing his line a little bit there. Shahid Butta. Good camaraderie between these two. They played a lot of cricket together. Both the players, Yasir Kaleem and Shahid Butta, and Mohit Kalyan on the other end, supporting Yasir Kaleem. Required run rate under 5 with 6 wickets in hand. Should be straightforward for the GHK properties. Yeah. Well, is making inroads with those deliveries, targeting the middle and leg stump, and has got the protection towards the long leg and fine leg region. The idea is to keep it simple, where as long as he can create the dot ball pressure, there's always an opportunity for a wicket.
Nicely flicked again. Seems to have got his angles covered here, Shahid, with the two fielders in the deep, positioned exactly for that shot. But I like to see him try and hit that fourth stump line with his pace. If he can get a bit of movement, he certainly, the wicket keeper, can very much come in play. They'll need to induce a wicket here. What I mean by saying, when I say induce, is you need to try and make the batters make a mistake. Stick to one particular line and length. Just feel that right now Shahid Butta has slightly not been very consistent with his lines and length. He's got to try and hit that same continuously and then try and do some variations to catch the batter by surprise.
It looks like he's on auto bowler mode. Is consistently hitting the same area. We need a special skill as well to do that. But for you to win games, you need to sort of find a way to pick up wickets. Another one, but this time it will be called as wide, wavered down the leg side. Shahid cannot believe it, but yes, you'll have to re-bowl that. Shahid Butta into the 20th over. So far, they're scoring above 6 runs an over. Despite losing those wickets, they managed to steady the ship, the batters of the GHK properties.
But nevertheless, he's been quite economical, Shahid. The 50-run partnership between these two has also come up in due course. It's been a very, very good one for the GHK properties. Got to re-bowl that. Partnership between Mohit Kalyan and Yasir Kaleem. 52. Came together when the chips were down at 76. In fact, it was 73 when the fourth wicket fell. And these two have now managed to get things under control. Worrying signs here for the men in blue. And just look at that for a flick. Pleasing to the eye. But the timing, not as much. A single to end the over. 20 overs done and dusted. 125 for 4. 126 for 4 in fact.
Change in plan. They've introduced Ronak Panoli into the attack from the SCA and Sharjah Cricket Academy, and a handy bowler. But he has to be careful with his line and length. Anything marginally short, anything in the slot, Mohit Kalyan will make it disappear out of the stadium. And with that slower deliveries, he's got that ample time to sort of fabricate a shot from the centre. So this is a good gamble that is being played by the Z Game strikers. Straight down the ground. That's exactly what I was talking about. You cannot afford to bowl full length deliveries to Mohit Kalyan.
Well, that was in his slot, wasn't it? Full stretch of the arms. It was easy pickings for a batter of the caliber of Mohit Kalyan. Look at that. Too full. He's got to pull the length further up here, Ronak Panoli. I'm sure he'll be quite motivated. Did not get to contribute with the bat today. He'll certainly want to do a job with the ball, especially if he can break this partnership. Go a long way. Still plenty of batting yet to come. Harshit Kaushik. We've also got the likes of Shahbaz Ali as Mohit Kalyan is going his merry way. Second six of the over. And once again going down straight as an arrow.
Ronak Panoli is getting a taste of his own medicine. Was missing out on the length yet again, offering those deliveries in the hitting arc of Mohit Kalyan. Two maximums, and all of a sudden that required run rate dropping down. Gentle push down the ground. That's the best way to rotate strike.
Well, this partnership is looking absolutely threatening now. 66 together. Required rate is at a very manageable 4.3. They are in the driver's seat now. The GHK properties. A single to end the over. An expensive start for Ronak Panoli. 14 runs coming off his first over. 21 done. 140 for 4.
Wavered delivery from Shahid Butta. Couple of extras in the previous over as well. And now starting off with towards the sixth channel. Well, that was an expensive over. 14 runs off that over from Ronak Panoli. And it has allowed Mohit Kalyan to free his arms. They've achieved 53 to 54% of the target already. Just 124 runs required. The required run rate under 4.5. And joining me in the comm box is Ahmed Khwaja. Welcome back, Ahmed.
Much appreciated, Rizwan. The runs are flowing freely now for GHK. Partnership well established. Maybe the sting has gone out of the bowling attack for Z Games here. And they lack that wicket-taking spinner. Mohammad Azhar is a very fine bowler, no doubt. But they need that extra bit of magic. It's that maybe something that wrist spin could offer, but they don't have that in their ranks.
They've been heavily reliant upon the pace attack. given the surface that they're playing on, and that could be the reason that they've not actually gone ahead with a proper spinner. But this partnership is growing in confidence. And those two big shots from Mohit Kalyan has certainly given him a lot of confidence, getting that required run rate also under 4.5. And it's all about staying there, taking the game as deeper as possible.
Yeah, he's played a fabulous knock here. Excellent strike rate so far. Like you mentioned, taking calculated risks, took on the spinners to get those couple of big overs in. And that has shifted the momentum. But Z Games will need to keep fighting hard here. Make something go their way. Well bowled on that occasion. We have seen that awkward bounce on this pitch on that back of good length area.
Oh yes. And mind you, Ahmed, there was an opportunity created by Azhar, which was put down by Lovepreet Singh Bajwa. That's where we always say catches win matches. We've seen the similar case with the batters of the Z Game strikers. Wasim Akram has put one down of Alishan Sharafu. He went on to score big. Similarly with Mohit Kalyan, when he was relatively new at the crease, there was an opportunity created which was put down. Well, you can understand the weather conditions and the temperatures hovering between 38 to 40 degrees Celsius. Not easy, but you've got to be switched on.
Yeah, absolutely. Even now it's 34 degrees Celsius in the middle. Even though we're heading towards midnight very soon. And we're still in June, not in the peak of July, August. Thankfully, we will conclude this tournament in a couple of days' time. I think it's high time that our domestic cricketers put up their feet, recharge their batteries. Deep Point will need to be on the move. Does well there. It can be a very lengthy season for our domestic cricketers. Probably 8.5, 9 months of non-stop cricket. That wear and tear on your body will bog you down.
It certainly takes a toll on you, Ahmed, as a cricketer. Myself, especially in such conditions, I would say, especially during the peak summer, you might as well take that much deserved break, give your body a bit of rest, head back home, probably spend some time with family, and then come back fresh for the season. You make a very valid point. 8 months of continuous cricket, and I bet you most of the players that you're witnessing here at the Bukhatir League, they tend to play at least a bare minimum of 3 to 4 matches a week. End of 22 overs, 144 for 4.
Mohammad Azhar struggling to create an impact this evening. Maybe the dew or even the quality of the opposition. But like you mentioned, that early half chance of Mohit when he was new to the crease, put down at extra cover by Lovepreet. Difficult catch, but for a player of his caliber, you expect him to complete those dismissals.
And you make a very valid point about the length of the UAE domestic calendar. Basically, from late August all the way till mid-May, it's non-stop. And so many tournaments, so many leagues, mini leagues taking place all over the UAE, not just in Sharjah but in Dubai, in Ajman as well. The players need to be very aware of what quality of cricket they're playing, what is the value of that cricket in enhancing your skill or your reputation, and also to manage your body. You don't want to be playing a season half fit, not at 100%. That will impact your physiological and your psychological levels as well.
Oh, absolutely. Very well analyzed there by Ahmed Khwaja. Well, on any given day, Ahmed, especially when you're at more often than not, you see most of the cricketers, they are full-time employees as well. They work from 9 to 5 and come out to play towards the later part of the evening. So you need to give that rest to your body and make sure you start fresh yet again. Some of them are professional cricketers. They are on payroll. It's a different story for them. But still, I would say that you need to have that balance. And as we speak, Yasir Kalyan has picked up a boundary.
Poor delivery again. Straying down leg, not getting that turn. Misdirected arm delivery as well. So this game is starting to slip away from Z Games. Struggling to control the ball with the dew, not getting any spin. And speaking about how to manage your workload when the season is on, when you play so many matches back to back, another problem is that you never get the time to train and really enhance your skills. We'll talk about that further after a break. 150 for 4. So in a commanding position are GHK properties. Partnership up to 77 runs for the 5th wicket. And Rizwan, they're going back to the spearhead, Danish Qureshi. A much needed move really from Shahrukh Amin. Bowled a fiery spell in the power play. And he's been the true threat to GHK. Can he strike again and open this game up? Make it 50-50 once more. Now he'll have cushion on the onside. He's taken a deep mid-wicket, which is a bit of a surprise. And you are speaking about the volume of cricket that these domestic cricketers play in a week, 3 or 4 matches easily. The problem is you never get the opportunity to rest, train and practice. You're always playing live games, so you're missing out on your gym work, you're missing out on your fielding drills. And that is why some of our fitness standards and fielding standards need a huge improvement.
Oh, indeed, yes. Well, there's one more thing that I would like to add to what you've mentioned, Ahmed. It's the live matches which are played on turf wickets, and we have a lot of players who play the tape ball cricket on concrete surfaces as well. So it does take a toll on your knees. As a fast bowler, there's a lot of expectations. Mostly people coming from Pakistan, they love to play the tape ball cricket. So yes, they are shorter over formats, 5 overs, 6 overs, or 7 overs, but then it does take a toll on you.
I completely agree. Miscued, but there's nobody in the ring to take that catch. And you can get into bad habits as a batter when you're playing tape ball cricket. You start only aiming for the onside, that cow corner, mid-wicket square leg. You don't develop your offside game. You don't develop your catching, because so many catches are put down in tape ball cricket. You don't develop diving. Of course, you're not going to dive in concrete or sand. So all these little things can add up. Oh, that's a lovely shot, but once again, bases are covered. Oh dear me. That is very, very poor, to say the least.
Well, that is something that should have been stopped. Good looking back foot punch. Well. You can't afford to do that. Especially in a longer format. Now the required run rate as well, under 4.15. Every single run matters. Yeah, played well on the onside. Just a single. And it's to do with some professional teams who know how to manage their workloads. They have proper trainers in place, coaches in place, strengthening coach as well. And if you look to aim high, you need to make sure that your workload is properly managed.
Well, that is something that has been developed, and you have to give full credit to 7 districts for doing that. We did have that conversation with the SNC coach and academy head, Mr. Saqib Khan, yesterday. So certainly that kind of structure needs to be developed for all the top clubs. 157 for 4. Partnership up to 84 runs here. Almost getting the target down to double figures. Oh, this could be a chance at long on. No, didn't go for the catch. Zishan Nasir. And you can see the frustration from Azhar.
Well, it's those starts that you've got to take, those calculated risks. That should have been an opportunity that should have been taken. Probably go for the catch. Shahrukh Amin is disappointed. The ground fielding has been poor, and immediately you can see the fielders being swabbed. And why not?
Well, it's being a case of missed opportunities for Z Games. Didn't even go for the catch there, Zishan Nasir. You did change the fielder, but it does feel like it might be too little too late. Still have plenty of batting to come to GHK, especially power strikers like Umair and Harshit Kaushik. Apish drilled over extra cover.
That's gone like a bullet to the fence.
And that will bring up the 50 for Yasir Kaleem. A well-deserved 50 in a semi-final, number 2 of the 49th Bukhatir League, powered by 7 districts. It has been a good outing for Yasir Kaleem. He showed controlled aggression, has put the bad deliveries out of the park.
A fabulous, well-composed innings. And Azhar has been expensive today. They've targeted him really. And once you've got that early boundary in the over, it's all smooth sailing. They have been completely unbothered by the spin today of Ronak or Azhar. And maybe that was what was lacking for Z Games. That wicket-taking spinner maybe. Well, there should be 2 here, but they'll just ease through for 1. So looking a bit devoid of ideas at the moment as Z Games.
Yeah, losing the plot here. The Z Game strikers winning the toss, opting to bat first. They started off really well. Alishan Sharafu at the top, but the lower middle order and the middle order just could not contribute well. And Yasir Kaleem picking up a 50 in the run chase. 100 required now with 6 wickets in hand. Goes aerial. 1 bounce into the fence. Yasir Kaleem picks up the second boundary of the over. What a good hit that was.
Right in the slot. And this man on the offside, it's too easy for him. No chance for the deep cover. Another expensive over. 169 for 4 at the halfway stage. Danish Qureshi into bowl is 6th. Well, Yasir Kaleem has been the star of the show, but Mohit Kalyan deserves a lot of credit as well. He's played a fabulous knock as that supporting act.
Well, it's taken the pressure off Yasir Kaleem. Those big, massive blows towards the long on region from Mohit Kalyan, ensuring they are very much in the hunt for the grand finale, which is scheduled to happen on the 2nd of July against the 7 Districts Cricket Academy. Double digits now required, 95 in 149 deliveries. Run rate required is under 4 runs, and look at that shot. He is certainly growing in confidence, Yasir Kaleem, and the stage also is set for him to score a big 100.
Well, I was just about to say, you read my mind. If both of these batters can work out the numbers game, both of them could reach hundreds. That would be a special effort in a knockout game run chase. Speaking of hundreds, what about that young lad Aftab Javed? 4 hundreds in 5 matches. Unprecedented stuff. And after Danish Qureshi's mini burst here, where else can Z Games look for a wicket? He looks a bit frustrated now. Energy levels are sapping.
Well, they're checking on something with the umpire. Is it to do with the number of fielders inside the 30-yard circle? A huge roar from the dugout as well. Nicely pointed out, I reckon, by Mohit Kalyan there. No ball, there you go. Free hit, adding salt to the wounds.
Well, looks like they've started to switch off. Everybody enjoys a no ball. Everybody enjoys something that's free. So a bit of a lack of focus coming in from Z Games. Remember, you need to have 5 inside the circle, not 4. It's not a T20 game. You can only have that in the last 10 overs. So who is he keeping in the ring? The third is up. Third fine leg. Mid wicket. Point and extra in the circle. Deep cover, long off, long on. Deep square leg for the free hit. And Yasir Kaleem has smashed it to the cover fence. Beats the fielder for 4.
Well, they are in a hurry now. Another one in the slot. Free hit on offer. Cashing on that wonderful opportunity. A desperate dive. Only to get it past the boundary line. Brilliant from both these batters. Yasir Kaleem and Mohit Kalyan rescuing team GHK Properties after losing quick wickets earlier on.
Yeah, they lost 3 in the first power play. And then Zahid Ali picked up a well set Mayank Chaudhary. But since then, it's been one-way traffic. 100-run partnership has been raised as well between this pair. And then you can see Yasir Kaleem. He is enjoying himself out there.
Oh, he certainly is. Well, I think it's to do with the captaincy as well, Ahmed. Especially, we've known Shahrukh Amin for a very long time. Not taking away anything from him, but in a longer format, not just in a shorter format, in a longer format, you need to get those changes. You need to have that peripheral vision as a skipper. Bring in those changes. And I think that is something which, unfortunately, the Z Game strikers have missed out today.
Well, you're right on that point, but in the end, when you were 150 for 1 in 20 overs and you only get 264, it's certainly you're always going to be on the back foot on such a good batting wicket. We've seen how well GHK have recovered here despite losing the top order. You needed to have 335, 340 on board to seriously test them. Punch towards extra cover. Don't bother running after that. Second boundary in the over. And Danish Qureshi looks down and out. Too easy for Yasir Kaleem. An absolute gift. All he had to do was miss the fielder at short extra. 183 for 4 now. Well, there you can see it was the Danish Qureshi show with the new ball. Rohan Mustafa gone for a golden duck. Humaj Gondal fell early as well. Sagar Kalyan out, caught at backward point. But then stabilizing efforts provided by Mayank Chaudhary and this big 110 run partnership between Yasir Kaleem and Mohit Kalyan. In terms of the bowling, Danish Qureshi started off beautifully with the new ball. 3 for 35. 1 wicket for Zahid Ali as well. But he bowled a very long spell. I'm not sure he can come back from 37 for 3. They've made a brilliant recovery at the second drinks break. So back live, 82 runs away from a spot in the 49th Bukhatir League final are GHK properties. Z Game strikers have fought hard, but in the end does feel like they don't have enough runs to defend. The duo is out there causing problems for their finger spinners, not being able to create an impact. And it's been an excellent partnership for the fifth wicket here between Mohit Kalyan and Yasir Kaleem. Yasir Kaleem looking rock solid right from ball one. And Mohit Kalyan rode his luck a bit, was put down early, but since then he's been a calming presence in the middle. Required run rate is below 3.5 runs now per over, so very much game in hand for GHK. Mohammad Azhar, he's been a big disappointment. It could have been very different if he had picked up Mohit Kalyan early in his spell, but since then he's travelled. Oh, beautiful, fine paddle sweep. Absolutely nobody at fine leg. And they're just jogging through for two. No hurry at all.
They're in full command of the game at the moment. Toying with the field are the batters of the GHK properties. 80 runs away. You made a valid point. Those one good catch from Lovepreet Singh Bajwa would certainly have made this game interesting. Harshit Kaushik was the last recognized batter, and the ball will find the fence. Nothing going Azhar's way, and it's 50 up for Mohit Kalyan.
Wonderful composed innings from this stylish right-hander. Over-pitch delivery and smashed. 50 raised off just 37 balls. Excellent strike rate, excellent intent, especially against the spinners. And getting a hearty congratulations from the dugout and from his running mate. At 73 for 4, this game could have gone either way, and he played a fabulous hand.
He certainly has. And Azhar completely off colour today. He's still feeding in those half volleys, one in his slot. He's not tried anything different, and most of the runs that they've been scored were of those full length deliveries from Mohammad Azhar.
Yeah, too many slot balls. No turn on offer. There is a direct hit, but I'm pretty sure Yasir Kaleem has made it. Looks quite relaxed out there. What a fabulous knock he's played as well. 66 of 72, mind you. Frontline wicketkeeper as well, even though they very smartly rotated their wicket-keeping options. So what happened here? Oh, very smart there, Yash Sabnani. But Yasir Kaleem was a bit smarter.
Experience. He's been there for a very, very long time. He's certainly feeling the heat, but is smart. He's grounded his bat in time. Yeah, both the batters in strong position. They might as well look to finish off the innings. They certainly are in a hurry. What I've quite liked about them is anything which is meant to be punished, they've done well. They've hammered them for a boundary or for a maximum. Much better. This is the line that he has to target. But I think the game is certainly slipping away from the bowlers of the Z Game strikers.
Yeah, in the end, they just didn't have enough runs. You knew there were going to be periods in the game when run scoring would be easy. That has been absolutely cracked past the deep cover. He could barely move when the ball was past him. Yet another boundary.
Well, another mistake. You're feeding Yasir Kaleem in a slot. Beautiful shot. A lot of muscular power behind that. Lovepreet Singh Bajwa was only a mere spectator there. 27 gone, 194 for 4.
So looks like Zahid Ali is coming back into the attack. He's already bowled a long spell, 6 overs. But running out of runs, running out of options is Shahrukh Amin. Can he turn the game around? Bowled an excellent spell. But the dew is about. The batters are well set. Partnership up to 117 runs, both beyond 50. And you're only defending another 71 runs with a lot of time remaining in the game. Ominous signs for Z Games. Oh, that one just kept a touch low. But well managed by Mohit Kalyan. What I've really liked has been his strike rotation and running between the wickets. He's been very busy. Never gotten bogged down. Never played too many dot deliveries. And that is the perfect blueprint to have success in the 50 over format, Atiq Nizam.
Well, yeah, what a game we've had here. It's certainly been like one-way traffic since these two came together. A mammoth partnership, 122 run stand between these two. Well, that was close to the outside edge. But nevertheless, these two have certainly put their team in the driving seat. 70 runs required, 6 wickets in hand. You certainly back them to win it from here. It's their game to lose at this stage, the GHK properties.
Yeah, if you notice Yasir Kaleem just having a word with himself. Don't play a loose shot. Don't lose your focus. That's much better. Play it with a straight bat. It's not always you can make a big 100 in one of the most prestigious domestic tournaments in the UAE. The Bukhatir League, 49th edition. First time it was ever played in 1974. What were you doing in 1974, Atiq Nizam?
Well, I think I must be a piece of dust. Good looking shot there by Mohit Kalyan. But take nothing away from these two. They've batted remarkably well. They've looked outstanding today. A couple of chances been given, not been taken by the Z Game strikers. It's certainly come to bite them pretty bad. Currently at this stage, they are in a very good position. Look at that for a shot. Look at that for a strike. Looking so elegant, so beautiful, just like a wow.
Well, that was a very third-class effort from you to repeat a TikTok meme. We're not paying you the big bucks to do such kind of commentary. Yeah, he has been wowing us with his batting today, Yasir Kaleem. Well, we've known he's a class act for many, many years. Anybody who's ever seen him play knows he's an elite player. All going swimmingly at the moment for the men in green. 198 for 4. Zishan Nasir, so it's a double change in the bowling. Oh, that was in the air. But the point fielder on the fence. And Yasir Kaleem, well, he's pulling up lame with a bit of cramp here. When he's just about 20 odd runs away from 100. So, dramatic stuff in the middle. Hope he can just stretch it out. Get some fluids in him. Those 27 runs away will feel like a lot now. Oh, top edge. But it's gone up and over the keeper, one bounce.
Well, they say when it rains, it pours. And that's what it's been for the two batters out there. Even the streaky edgers have somehow managed to find the gap. Not in control there at all, Mohit Kalyan. The 200s come up for the Z Games, for the GHK properties. In fact, 203 for 4. And Zishan Nazir has certainly had a forgettable day. 45 runs off his 5.2 overs. He's gone for a plenty. But well, just adding to what you did mention earlier, AZ. Talking about these two batters, we've known that they are class acts. But what's more refreshing to me, like a breath of fresh air, is the class in which these two have gone about in their innings with regards to their stroke plays. They've been just such a pleasure and a treat to watch. It's certainly been a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, especially Mohit Kalyan's innings. Yasir Kaleem, I've seen him bat like this millions of times. But Mohit, the way he played a pure one-day innings, strike rotation, calculated risks, soft hands, ones and twos, maximizing your matchup. That's not something we see every day from a UAE batter. Oh, just poking at that one. Need to be careful. We've seen a few loose strokes being played in the last over or so. Yes, you are very close to victory, but you're not at the doorstep just yet. Need to apply yourself for the final 62 runs.
Well, forget about 60 runs. If you remember what transpired in the 2007 World Cup final, World Cup game, if you remember, it was a game between Sri Lanka and South Africa, where South Africa required 6 runs for victory and they had 5 wickets in hand. And Lasith Malinga came and got 4 wickets in 4 balls, very nearly causing an upset there.
This is not a paid promotion for Sri Lankan cricket. And by the way, you lost that match and you lost that World Cup. When Mr. Adam Gilchrist with a squash ball in his hand destroyed you in Jamaica. What a disappointment that was. Especially the way Sri Lanka was truly playing some unbelievable cricket in that World Cup.
Well, and also not to forget the fact that we literally played that final in total darkness in the Caribbean with the lights off. That was seriously one memory to forget for the ages. But yeah, well, that was the golden era of Sri Lanka cricket from 2006 up towards the 2014-2015 period. Was one of the golden days.
Oh, that's a wonderful flick, but there is a long leg. Well, you were saying you want to forget, but you keep rewinding the Sri Lankan memories. 29 gone, 204 for 4. Taimur Ali. So looking at a 6th or 7th bowling option here is Shahrukh Amin. Slingy action, can swing the ball on occasion. Well, something has to go their way. Might as well roll the dice. I think Zishan Nasir not bowling a good spell with the new ball. That was something that Shahrukh Amin was not expecting. That one of his prime bowlers will get taken for a ride, and hence they haven't been able to keep that consistent pressure. 61 runs away then, so Mohit needs 41 runs and Yasir Kaleem needs 27. I think it will be difficult to manage that equation.
Another single. Mohit into the 60s now. And look at that for a strike rate. He's going above a run a ball, 100 plus. So it's a one for the ages. Such a pleasure to watch this man go about his trade. That's pulled hard. Fielder is not able to stop it. That's a sloppy effort to say the least at the boundary ropes. He could have done better. And well, not the best. Not that the captain's gonna be too pleased about it.
Well, Lovepreet, you're just in your early 20s and such a poor fielding effort. That's not on, my young friend. If you want to get recapped by the UAE. Didn't put his body behind it, and now he's hunting the ball in the stands. But the body language doesn't tell a good story, does it? Looks like they have given it up. They were 150 for 1. Just want to remind you once again, Atik, at 20 overs. They were blasting the ball to all parts. Alishan Sharafu was hitting boundaries for fun, and then the game completely flipped. Oh, that one kept low. If it was within the stumps. Yeah, now Mohit Kalyan is giving some coaching to Yasir Kaleem.
They caught him by surprise, isn't it? We've seen consistent bounce on the surface right throughout the game. But yeah, I think if this game goes the other way for the Z Game strikers, they'll have to relate it to what transpired in the second half of their innings when they lost 10 wickets, 9 wickets in fact for 100 runs, not helping their cause. Certainly was a very disappointing effort there by the Z Game strikers. 30 overs done. The GHK property is now on the cusp of victory. 209 for 4.
Well, Shahrukh Amin, the skipper, has decided I'm going to have a bowl. Bowls his occasional off spin or some sort of military medium, very similar to Rohan Mustafa. Oh dear me. Hanging full toss has been dispatched into the Sachin Tendulkar stand for 6.
Well, Shahrukh Amin has just given a gift to Mohit Kalyan. Feast yourself, he says, and he certainly obliges with glee. Mohit Kalyan moves on to 66 now, getting closer. Exactly another 50 runs required for victory. Quicker one this time. Went horribly wrong. Well, another milestone ticked. Required run rate now below 50 runs. For start, he's got to re-bowl that.
Yeah, looks like they've laid down the arms here. Trying to catch him by surprise. Well, he's a character, Shahrukh. Very lovely young lad. Loves his cricket. Very passionate about it. Oh, that is Yasir Kaleem at his absolute best. Look at that punch over extra.
Well, this is turning out to be a high quality innings from a high class player. Magnificent shots. Look at that for stroke play. Giving himself some room and going inside out over covers for an off spinner. Shahrukh Amin under pressure. Well, this time he goes harder. This one's gone even further and on to the lower stands. Yasir Kaleem is turning the heat on as he steps in closer and closer to that milestone. Just 13 runs away now in what would be an absolute masterclass of high-class batting by this champion.
Fabulous clean striking. Deposited into the stands. Oh, good comeback ball. Arm delivery. But in the end, the damage has well and truly been done. 226 for 4. Taimur Ali. Well, now they seem to be in a bit of a hurry. Swinging at everything. Mohit Kalyan still need to complete the run, my friend. So Yasir Kaleem, 13 runs away. It's been a sensational knock. Remember, they were 37 for 3 in the power play. Oh dear me. Well, Yash Sabdani has had a tough day at the office. Not easy. And the bowlers have been a bit inconsistent with their lines. And we did mention that they'd need to keep a lid on the extras Z games, but they haven't managed that. They've given even more than GHK. Oh, mid-off was up. That was an opportunity for a boundary, Atiq.
Yeah, he'd love to have got it slightly left to that fielder. Oh, getting a toe end of the bat. Bottom edge, very nearly chopping it onto the stumps. Yasir Kaleem, he's got to be careful here, nearing a milestone. As you mentioned, getting 100 in a semi-final in one of UAE's top tier leagues, the Bukhatir League, the 49th edition. Put your name in the history books. Oh, has he timed that? He stand and delivered it all the way for a maximum and gets into the 90s in style. Yasir Kaleem is on fire. This is just class personified by this champion.
Well, tell you what, Atiq, he didn't middle it. And even then, it went 7 to 8 yards over the fence. Into the 90s. Arguably the best decade ever. For many reasons. Oh, be careful, my friend. I think it's just missed that knee roll there, hitting that fleshy part between the thigh pad. And he's down for the count. That is painful. It's hit him flush. And the magic spray will need to do something here. That looks painful.
Well, I can tell you with first-hand experience, Ahmed, it's not a good feeling. I've had a couple of those blows last week. And, well, I needed about a week to recover from it. That can be quite nasty.
Well, I think mentally you haven't recovered from it. Well, he looks to be okay. Seems to be fine. Just that initial burst of pain. But he's a big lad, strapping lad. And should be good to go. Well, the run chase for GHK started off roughly. First ball duck for Rohan. Homaj Gondal caught behind as well. But Mayank and Yasir built that partnership. Then Mayank got caught behind. And since then, it's been 161 runs added together by Mohit Kalyan and that man, Yasir Kaleem. So looks like they are on their way to the finale. Danish Qureshi was outstanding with the new ball, 3 for 35. Zahid Ali bowled well as well. But apart from that, disappointing spell, especially from Mohammad Azhar and Zishan Nasir. Both the key bowlers for Z Games were not on their A game tonight.
But this is one thing that I cannot comprehend here, Ahmed, is when you got your strike bowler, Danish Qureshi, who picked up 3 wickets right at the top, why just give him only 6 overs? Well, has he mistimed this? He's got the gap, 1 bounce and into the boundary ropes. Well, he would have had his heart in his mouth because he was nowhere close to middling that. Nevertheless, gets a boundary to end the over.
Yeah, he did slice it. But there was nobody at deep mid, only the long leg. So it was safe enough and far enough. On to 97. 238 for 4. Well, down the leg side. Looks like the remaining 20 odd runs will be chased down pretty quickly. I don't think this game is going to go beyond the 35 over mark. Disappointing really. When we arrived at the ground today, we were expecting a close game. Oh, this is a chance. Long off. Takes the catch. And Shahrukh Amin of all people has proved to be the game changer.
Finally, a mammoth partnership comes to an end. 165 run stand for the 6th wicket between Mohit Kalyan and Yasir Khalim has finally been broken at the cusp of GHK Properties victory. He departs, but not before. A wonderful, terrific innings. 68 of 54 deliveries, 4 boundaries and 4 sixes to his name. He's thoroughly and truly entertained us all. It's 238 for 5.
Now is the well, just the man you want at the crease to finish off a run chase. Power hitter extraordinaire, Harshit Kaushik. Oh, misfield. Oh, dear me. Well, that is one aspect of the cricket that Z games really need to improve.
Well, it sums up their day, isn't it? That chance that was given earlier by Mohit Kalyan at covers earlier on in his innings, put down. Had that been taken, you never know, maybe the complexion of the game could have been quite different. Yes, they have a lot of batting depth, the GHK Properties. Well, here we go. Yasir Khalim on 97. Smashes it down the ground for a single. 2 runs away now. Harshit on strike.
Yeah, and absolutely no hurry at all is Yasir Khalim. He's worked tremendously hard for these 98 runs. Oh dear me, that will be a no ball. The dew making it difficult for a non-regular bowler like Shahrukh to grip the ball. And it will be a free hit to one of the most dangerous lower order hitters in the UAE. Slight miscue, but oh, Danish. No, pardon me. Is it Danish Qureshi? I think it was. So got away with that one. Shahrukh, I mean, at least he can see the lighter side of things, even though this game did not go his way. I think they'll be ruining a big missed opportunity. And that may be it. Yes, it will. 100 for Yasir Kaleem. A champion's innings and a champion's celebration as well.
Well, he came, he saw, he conquered. Yasir Kaleem with an innings for the ages. 102. Look at that. Perfectly sums up his day, sums up his innings. From the moment he walked out to bat, he just made sure that he never put a foot wrong and made sure that he got his team within touching distance and a spot in the finals. It's certainly been a magnificent effort. 33 overs done and dusted, 246 for 5. Just 19 more runs required for victory. Taimur Ali will continue. Well, I'd say just a few hits away now. 246 on the board. But what an effort. This has been just an outstanding display of batsmanship by the GHK property batters, especially Yasir Kaleem and Mohit Kalyan, who did the bulk of the scoring. 165 run stand. And especially when on the terms of the Z game strikers, when you're defending 260, it's not gonna help your cause.
Well, it's all setting up nicely for a mouth-watering finale. Day after tomorrow on the 2nd of July. We highly encourage everybody to tune in on the Sharjah Cricket YouTube channel or come down to the Sharjah Cricket Stadium to witness a Bukhatir League final. It's certainly a sort of David versus Goliath kind of matchup with the young, plucky 7 Districts Cricket Academy, undefeated in the tournament, taking on the powerhouse GHK Properties side. A fine tickle and tickle for 4.
Well, this is Harshit Kaushik for you. He's somebody who reminds me a lot of a player, someone in the caliber of maybe like JP Dumini or a Michael Bevan for that matter. He's one of the best finishers that you'll find here in the UAE domestic circuit. And he's proved it over and over again that he certainly belongs to this level and maybe knocking the doors of international cricket as well. Another single added to the tally. 14 runs required for victory now. Yasir Kaleem on strike. Well, he seems to be struggling out there. Maybe the cramps or maybe that blow he had to the inside the thigh. But he's just got to now, I'm sure he's just gonna swing hard and swing hard at it. Last ball of the 34th over coming up. But this is a magnificent innings here by Yasir. Oh, look at that. Has he got all of it into the stands? And just as we've mentioned, he's just finished this over in style. Single digits now required. Outstanding batting.
A great camera work from our broadcast crew as well to follow it into the stands. Just 8 runs away from a spot in the final. 8 runs away from victory. It will be GHK Properties storming into the grand finale of the 49th Bukhatir League, powered by 7 districts, where they will take on 7 districts Cricket Academy. Who are you backing in the big final, Atiq Nizam? This is going to be a difficult one to call.
Well, yes, absolutely. It's going to be an extremely tough one. The GHK Properties obviously boasting some very big names, the likes of Rohan Mustafa and Co that we've just spoken about. Yasir Kalim launches on it. Has he got enough? No, he has not. He gets caught in the deep. And just on the cusp of victory, Yasir Kalim, after having done all the hard work, was not able to see the team through right to the end. Nevertheless, a magnificent innings, an outstanding innings, a classy innings finally comes to an end.
Truly a stunning effort. 108 to his name. And he gets a rousing ovation from the dugout. And why not? He's played a magnificent knock indeed. Gone for 108, 258 for 6. GHK. So Shahrukh Amin with 2 to his name. Keshav. Oh, immediately looking to slog sweep him towards fine leg for 4. Harshit telling him, hey mate, play straight. Well, Shahrukh Amin, perhaps he should have come on to bowl earlier. 2 for 26. He's taken a bit of tap, but he did pick up wickets. Crashed away behind point. 1 hit away from a spot in the finale.
Well, that was easy pickings, wasn't it? It was floated outside off stump. Keshav Sharma got enough bat, sliced it over point. 1 bounce into the boundary ropes. Just 3 more runs required for victory. Well, spare a thought for the men in blue. At one stage, we felt like they were in pursuit of maybe 350 plus when Alishan Sharafu was going. Is this going to be the last ball? Well, he goes straight down. And it was clean as a whistle. All the way for a maximum to seal the deal here for the GHK Properties. They've sealed it. And they've got a spot in the finals of the 49th edition of the Bukhatir League 2025 and will be going up against the likes of the 7 Districts Cricket Academy for a chance in of the trophy. What an effort, what an outstanding effort. Truly and thoroughly enjoyed the run chase, and it was a commanding batting performance by the GHK Properties.
Brilliant match, brilliant run chase. They were 37 for 3. But then Yasir Kalim turned it on with crucial innings played by Mayank Chaudhary and of course Mohit Kalyan as well. And in the end they've done it with 15 overs to spare. Big smiles, and why not? They are in the hunt for silverware. But commiserations and hard luck to Z Game strikers. Just didn't have enough runs on board. They should have gotten beyond 320, 330. And in the end, they've been on the wrong side of the result and ruining a major opportunity. Taking a look at the batting scorecard, it was one Mustafa who fell early. First ball, Homaj Gondal was looking dangerous until he got caught behind. But then Mayank Chaudhary combining with Yasir Kalim, who played a Stunning innings of 108 of just 94 deliveries. Mohit Kalyan played his part as well in that big partnership of 160 plus runs, and in the end they got home with plenty of time to spare.
Well, for the bowlers, it was that man Danish Qureshi right at the top. 3 wickets for him in his 6 overs. Very surprising why he was not being given an extended run. And he was the pick of the bowlers. Zahid picked up a wicket, 1 for 37. And then Shahrukh Amin right there below. The captain coming there towards the end. Took a bit of a stick, but did manage to pick up 2 wickets. 23 extras to go with it, not helping their cause. And finally, it's been GHK Properties that went all the way, and this was the match summary. The Z Game strikers batting first, scoring 264 in just 44 overs, did not manage to face their entire 50 over spell. Alishan Sharafu, the champion once again, provided the start along with Lovepreet Singh. At one stage they were 150 for 1, going through nicely, maybe targeting a score of around 350 plus before they had that epic collapse, losing 9 wickets for over 100 runs. Shabaz Ali came with a brilliant bowling performance, 3 for 36 with Wasim Akram, 3 for 50, slightly expensive today, but nevertheless amongst the wickets, along with Keshav Sharma, the spinner, picking up 2 wickets. And in response, the GHK Properties marched home in style with over 15 overs to spare, thanks to a magnificent batting performance from Yasir Kaleem and a very, very good partnership along with Mohit Kalyan with a very, very good half century as well. Well, that's all that we have here today, and we will be going straight out to the post-match presentation where Rizwanur Rahman will be with the Man of the Match award.
Mic check, mic check. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the post-match presentation of the 49th Bukhatir League 50 overs powered by 7 districts. Firstly, I would like to thank Sharjah Cricket and all its administration involved behind the scenes in putting up such a wonderful tournament. We would like to thank our sponsors, powered by sponsors 7 districts. In semi-final number 2, GHK Properties has defeated Z Games by 4 wickets. Commencing ahead, we would be moving on to the Player of the Match award for the night. The award will be presented by our honourable match referee, Mr. Tehseen Javed. The CBFS Player of the Match goes to none other than Yasir Kaleem from GHK Properties for his wonderful century, scoring 108 runs, 16 boundaries and 3 maximums. A true display of skill here from Yasir Kaleem. Yasir, congratulations. Earlier on, you lost those quick wickets. Mayank, Rohan Mustafa. There was a responsibility on your shoulders. How did you make of the surface, and what was the game plan going ahead in the chase?
Whichever team I'm playing, I have the role of playing the sheet anchor. So that was the role assigned to me. So I just wanted to play deep into the innings and bat most of the overs, and just to contain the wicket from one side. And the wicket is really very flat, and once the dew sets in, it's very, if you are not making any mistake, it's very difficult for the bowler to get you out. So the idea was to play the overs, and the partnership with Mayank was good. But the main thing was how the Mohit batted. So we never got the pressure on us. The run rate never dropped down below 6.5. So we just wanted to play a positive game, and it came to us naturally, alhamdulillah.
But talk about the seam attack. They had a very strong bowling lineup. They did trouble you initially, but you just got moving with the flow.
Yes, but they had good 4 fast bowlers, but the conditions are very tough for the bowlers. It's not very easy, and the wicket is quite flat. So we just wanted to capitalize on the spinners. I think we scored 10 odd runs in every over the spinners bowled. So we never got the pressure on us. So even if somebody was bowling a good over, we just gave them a respect and just wanted to capitalize on the part timers and these spinners.
A day off tomorrow, stage set for the big finals against 7 districts. You will be looking forward for that.
Yes, it's always final, semi-final. I believe is the biggest game of the tournament, because you have all the hard work comes on. In final, you just have to go and express yourself, and hopefully we will win this. We have already won Bukhatir League 50 overs before with the other team IGM, but we want to win this with the GHK Properties. Inshallah, we'll give you a good game in the finals.
Well, thank you for entertaining us, and good luck for the finals.
Thank you.
Well, that was Yasir Kaleem, the player of the match. That's all we have for the post-match presentation. There's a day off tomorrow, and day after tomorrow we will have 7 Districts Cricket Academy taking on the GHK Properties. Until now, good night and God bless.